Oh, that makes a change. We've got anyone with us? Hello. Hello, Michael. You all right, matey? Get straightened up here a little bit. This hat looks massive on me. I do think, look, I've lost an inch in height at some point over the last, I don't know, well, 53 years. So I've lost an inch in height, just in height, nowhere else. But I'm not sure. I think my head's shrunk as well because all hats look massive on me now. The whole wizard thing, I don't know. I sent off for an actual wizard, proper wizard wig, you know, for the waffling wizard. So it kind of looked right. Let's turn that around a bit. And as a standalone wig, it would look like a downgrade from the original one. The one, hold on. Yeah, and transport it. So I'll show you what it looked like on the box because I wanted to be a little bit wizardy looking, you know, just again to take the edge off the seriousness of life. It wasn't expensive. And you get what you pay for, right? So I'll show you what it looks like on the box, and then I'm going to put it all on for you, okay? But it's probably going to be temporary because that'll look fucking ridiculous. It's not practical at all. I'll demonstrate. Well, thank you very much, Michael. Yeah, you're basically giving me good feedback on how much of a very bizarre form of grey man I can actually achieve moving forward. So thank you. Hello, Lana, sweetheart. You all right, darling? Thank you for joining us. And hey up, Jordan. Seeds are in the post, brother. Posted them yesterday. So when I opened the little pack for the American seeds, you don't get very many. So I've given you about half of what I've got. So you've got, you know, hopefully if you'll get plenty of them going. I guarantee it. Just do a little bit of research into how to do it, just to give yourself a fighting chance. Once they start growing and you look down and you see these tiny, tiny little plants, a little sea of them, you know, you just try and rescue them one by one and then pot them up when they get strong enough, you know, and then stick them outside in your garden. It's like if you've got more than one plant, they'll cross-pollinate with the bees. So you'll get seed pods and your own seeds, 2 different types of seeds moving forward, creating the one of the ultimate barter items moving forward in a grid down SHTF situation. Tobacco. You know, you'll be extremely popular, but never, ever, ever sell it from your house. You know, if you've got a bike, you know, just a bicycle. I was going to say push bike then, but I don't know which one makes me sound older. And just meet up and arrange for another time. Only carry what you take in there, nothing else, you know. And I'm sure you've all thought this sort of thing through. Thank fuck it's Friday. Me too, mate. Happy Friday to Michael and everyone. Yeah, happy Friday, mate. We've just survived another week. And I love saying that, you know, because it's not just about physical survival. It's all about mental survival, you know, managing to navigate all of the bullshittery. Hello, Paul. Thanks for joining us, mate. Hey, it's good to see you, mate. I love your little icon there with the George Cross. Yeah, I like it a lot. Very patriotic. So the wizard look, this is what I sent off for. And this is based on me looking at the only one like this that I could find. And it only had one picture, just one. And that was the picture on the box. Yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, I might have to roll with that. Now I'm going to put it on for you, but I'm not sure if it's going to stay. It's not going to stay on. Okay. We'll see. You know, if the mood goes down and I need to bring it back up, this could be a good prop, a good aid in which to do that. Right. So just give me 30 seconds. Oh, man. Yeah. I wanted to look a bit more like maybe a little bit like Gandalf, you know, something like that. A very, very proud and powerful, good-hearted, good wizard, you know. And I just ended up looking like a TMU tranny. It wasn't a good look at all, as you will see. As you can tell, I'm not a closet cross dresser, because I'd have all this shit done in seconds. Yeah, I look like a really fucked up cousin it, you know. If you could see a bit of cousin it, a little bit of cousin's face, you know. So let me just like make my point. Let me make my point here. I think this is actually semi dangerous, you know. What have we just done with the box? So look at the state of me, right? So look at this. I look fuck all like it. It looks absolutely nothing like it. But the strangest feelings just come straight over me now. The most bizarre feeling. Just hold on a minute. Fuck me. I've just had an urge to build a big fuck off ark and then start gathering loads of animals. Most strange, bizarre feeling. Very well and dapper. Oh, thank you very much. I think there would be some that would disagree with you, but you know, hey, I'll take some compliments when I look like this. Very flammable Saruman. Ah, yeah, Saruman, yeah. Yeah, he was a bastard. I don't really want to be a bastard, you know? But I haven't got a wand. There's no wand or anything like that. Sorry, excuse me. Where are we? Yeah. So when the mood goes right down, right, if it goes down, because we always try and keep it balanced and try and send it up as and where possible, right? But if it does start to slope down, right, we've got this as backup and this is backup. But I don't want to get carried away with it because I want it to, I don't want to be using it all the time. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. So, Lana, would you mind sending your straighteners down in the post just for a week, and I'll send them back up to you. I'll look after them. Nah, this has got to come off. It's got to come off. Actually, I think I look quite hot. I'm going to screenshot that and add it to my wank bank. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from, you know? That was vile. That was a vile thing to say, Terry. It's far too early, you know? Let's get into it first, you know? Let's butter them up. Chat them up a bit first before you go straight in for the wank bank thing. So, how are we all doing? Cheers. Oh. So, just prior to going live, I was listening to this little prepping raccoon thing. You know, it's actually quite a good channel. It did make me think, because it's got a lot of very, very useful. If you've not watched it, just some prepping raccoon. I can't remember the actual name of the channel, but there's only one raccoon prepper, I think, in the world. So you'll know when you see it, and you will vibe with it because it does make a lot of sense. And you know, it's obviously not a real raccoon, because then, you know, we'd be asking questions. What lab has this raccoon escaped from to have an IQ of 120? You know? But it was going through a list of things like, you know, don't waste your money on gold. I'm thinking, this might be worth a listen. And it does make some quite obvious points. But yeah, I think that's about it. The points were very obvious. And I think at the end of the day, anyone that's holding any metals, and again, this came today. Look at this little beauty. Isn't that lovely? 3 kilos of copper. And it's a bargain, because I sniped. When I'm buying something, if it's in an auction, I will snipe. Some people frown on it, but it's a dog-eat-dog world. That's what it is. You know, I'm not going around slapping anyone or hurting anyone, you know. I just want to get a bargain. So it kind of hit home a little bit harder, even though I'd already thought about it myself, and I'm sure all of you have as well. Is that if I've got say £500 worth of gold, just saying, right? There's no way I'm going to be able to eat that and keep alive. You know, if I'm dying, if all of the water around me is possibly unsafe to drink, how many water filters could I have bought with that? How many off-grid distillers could I have bought with that? You know, and he took it all the way down to just lighters. But there was a lot of points that were made in that video that made me throw questions back at that video to a cartoon raccoon that couldn't answer me back. So he was saying that a lighter could be worth a day's worth of food. A lighter could be worth a battery or some fresh water, clean water, or whatever, right? But this is a city prepping channel. Well, this isn't. It's the Waffling Wizard, right? But you get where I'm coming from. We're preppers. So I was just thinking, we are city preppers. The vast majority of us are, right? Or large town preppers. So I know some of you are rural or semi-rural, you know, but the vast majority of us aren't. Now, I've not gone around and knocked on everyone's door and said, "Are you a prepper?" No. All right, bye. Are you a prepper? No. Right, bye. And so on and so on and so on. All round Long Eaton, right? I'm not going to do that. But one thing I'm not short of is common sense. And with common sense, you're able to sort of logically put a rough idea of statistics, a rough statistical idea into your head based on logic and common sense, right? Now, I'm fairly certain that there are very, very few preppers in Long Eaton. There's no way of knowing that for sure because most preppers are discreet, and I really encourage that. It's essential. It's absolutely essential that you're discreet. I'm not very discreet. I'm sharing all of pretty much what I've got with, you know, hundreds of people, thousands of people over the years. But very, very few of you know where I live. So that's okay. And no one around here knows I'm a prepper. Nobody. Not even Kev. He's seen me growing food. He's heard me say, "Kev, start getting some extra food in, mate. Start stockpiling. There's going to be some shortages on the way." And his words verbatim were, "We've always got plenty in." And I'm just thinking, no, you haven't. So my argument with the raccoon, never argued with a raccoon before. And I am told they're not to be fucked with. They're like very angry, like trash, giant rats with very, very sharp claws and very, very sharp teeth. So my argument would be this lighter, of which I've got plenty of, because they are important. They are instant fire. They are better than matches. Will definitely be worth way more in a shit it's the fan situation. Exponentially so. But if you're surrounded by shitloads of people that have pretty much started to run out of everything because they didn't plan ahead or prepare, then what the fuck have they got to offer you for that lighter that this raccoon says will be worth its weight in gold? It will be to you, but to anyone else that's got nothing to offer you in return. Look, I also believe, look, I've got, so for example, right, because it's not all about, fuck you, I'm going to let you starve to death because you've got nothing to give me in return. You know, the whole bartering thing can start off, and is starting off now. It's happening already, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to start off with, no, I'm not going to give you this unless you've got something to give me, even though I can see you're desperate for it. Because having plenty of stuff also puts you in a position where you can get allied with people, because you're not going to do this on your own. But then these allies need to be kept at arm's length for as long as possible until you've got their number, until you've sussed them out. So I haven't got everything that I've got just to get something in return. All of the feminine hygiene products, for example, of which I've got a lot. I've got carrier bags full of the stuff, and I've not got daughters. I haven't got a missus, you know, but I've got a shitload of them. Now, they will be given out for free, you know, but it would be under the condition that whilst they have this one pack, they have to learn to make their own. So I've given them a buffer zone, so they've got time to then learn to make their own. And I've got downloaded instructions and video footage and stuff on how to do that, that's kept in a Faraday pouch, along with a spare computer that's also in a Faraday pouch. So all this information can be accessed no matter what happens, apart from a flood, maybe. And as far as women making their own female hygiene products, I've also stockpiled shitloads of like proper cotton curtains from charity shops. Brought them home for next to nothing, couple of quid. God knows how many meters squared, really, when you think about it, for 2 quid. Cotton. So you just get loads of them, stick them in a bin liner, tie it off, take it up in the loft, forget about it. They are future potential sanitary towels. Wouldn't that be incest? Are we going back to the wank bank thing and me taking a screenshot and me thinking, no, because like I would literally just be fucking myself, really. In fact, I wouldn't be, would I? I don't even know where to go with that, mate. We should have never done it. We should have never said that, because I don't know where to go off, what direction to go off into from that. There's no coming back from that. I've seen loads of similar AI ones like it too, but know the ones you mean. Yeah, I think there's 4 that's it, Lana. The Fallout Raccoon. I think there's 4 altogether. There's a coyote, a bear, or a rabbit, or something like that. I think there's 4, maybe 5. But the best one, and the first one, and the original one, is the raccoon. I do recommend it. And I think it's probably the only fucking prepping channel now that deems itself as a prepping channel that actually does anything, you know, that actually provides any actual content where you've got proper visual and mental and verbal proper prepping advice and techniques and tips. Nearly every prepping channel now has just turned into a fucking news channel. All of them. Completely lacking any creativity. Bandits. Bandits, yeah. I think that, are we talking about the raccoon? Yeah, I was trying to think of, angry little bandits, yeah. But I love them. I went to the cinema when I was a kid with my dad. I must have been about 12, 13, something like that. I wasn't very old. And the title of the film sounded a bit intense. So I thought, that sounds good. And it's, it's PG. I didn't really put that together in my head. And it was a film about raccoons at the Odeon. Yeah. I think it was one of those dry times where there was fuck all out. No one was making films. They just wanted to wait a little while so they could just plumb loads and loads of, little subliminal messages in there and wokery. I sold 3 silver Britannia coins today using the cash to buy and fill 2 6x3 raised beds and fill them. They are a foot tall. And a foot is brilliant. Now, my wardrobe, I'm going to cut back to you though, Michael. My wardrobe, a lot of people think, anyone new, wardrobe in your garden. It used to be a wardrobe, turned it on its side, ripped the doors off, ripped the back off, filled it with soil, reinforced it a little bit, and then just used it as a raised bed, right? Now, I put netting over it because I planted, I think it was about 18 onion bulbs, little onion bulbs, right? And they were all perfectly spread apart to the point where I had room to grow some other stuff left. And they would have their forever space because I spaced them out how they need to be spaced out in order for them to grow permanently into big onions, right? And it was a variety pack as well, so I had a bit of everything. And I put this mesh over it and then staked it down with, and somehow a fucking cat's got in there and dug the whole fucking lot up. And at that moment, I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm just honest, right? At that moment, I know some of you guys have got cats. But when I saw that, because it's not the first, it's happened so many times, so much work's gone into that fucking garden to try and grow my own stuff, only for someone's cunt cat to jump into my garden, dig it all up, fuck it all up, take a shit and fuck off. Now, if any of my dogs did that in someone else's garden, they'd be able to play. So when I saw that, after the amount of times that I've seen it over and over and over again, I was thinking to myself, if I've got a rifle ready and the shit's gone to the fan, right? It is possible that I might shoot and kill that cat and feed it to my girls as fresh meat. Now, there'll be a lot of people like, oh, you can't do that, you cunt, you horrible bastard. I'm not a horrible bastard. I'm here to survive. It's as simple as that. Now, my dogs don't go into other people's gardens and trash their gardens and trash their vegetable patches, My girls don't maul little fledglings, leaving them die slowly in agony and fuck off because they're bored with them because there's not any struggle anymore. My girls don't just come up to me when they want a hug. They're always there ready. My girls aren't selfish little bastards. So I'm not a cat fan. So I know some of you guys are, but I won't keep tolerating that. Now, this year is going to be last chance saloon for the cats. And the only humane way of trying to deal with them digging up my raised bed and other areas and other pots and troughs, because I've got troughs as well, like that long and about that deep, perfect for carrots, you know, and beetroot, any root really. I'm going to go to the garden centre this Sunday, get a shitload of steaks, and I mean a shitload, so that I've got enough to last me for a few years, you know. But with that, I'm going to be chopping some of them down the way that the Vietnamese, the Viet Cong, used to create traps for American soldiers, which was big, massive bamboo, and then sliced straight down. Well, they lift it upside down, slice it from the side, so it would be a spike. And they used to put them in holes and then cover them up with leaves, and horrific, really. All of that technology, all of that weaponry, all of that superior firepower that America had, they lost that fucking war. And Paul Hardcastle was right. The average age of a soldier that went to Vietnam was 19. Kids, still kids, you know? And we have these snivelling little fucking shit weasels all around us. I can't go to school like this. What's up with you? What's up? But this button's looser than the rest. That's what we fucking created. Yet we had 19-year-old young men, right, in conditions like that. Oh, how we've fucking fallen. So anyway, yeah, going back to defending my garden without having to do an animal any harm, because I would rather not do that. I don't like harming animals. I've always said that if a mosquito bites me, it's gone. If a wasp stings me, it's gone. It's dead. If a bee stings me, it's dead. If an ant bites me, it's dead. If a dog bites me, it's getting a kick or a punch. If a cat scratches me, it's getting a slap. It's got to be, you know, I got kicked straight in the groin by a horse that I just literally fed an apple to. It just turned all the way around. I had no idea what was going on. Everything was all fluffy. I thought it just ate that out of my hand. It was so lovely. And it fucking launched me. So I got up, I went straight over to that horse, and I gave it a full-on fucking punch in the head, the way I would hit a man. Didn't flinch. It just reared up, turned around, ready to kick me again. So I will not harm anything. I can't kill anything. Anything. I can't. But if times get really, really rough, times get really, really tough, and I've got to protect what I'm growing, then I'll do what I have to do. People need to start keeping the cats indoors, because people can get hungry and start eating cats. This sort of thing's happened relatively recently. The dogs, the cats, you know, they end up resorting to trying to eat grass and stuff like that. Not too long ago. So my first, you know, I shouldn't have to shell out for all these extra steaks to keep these little cunts out of my garden. I shouldn't have to. But yeah, cut the Vietnam style spikes. Chop another one, chop another one, and then just put them all around to fill out the whole of that wardrobe / raised bed, so that if a cat jumps in there, it might end up, you know, doing a bit of damage to itself. It might. They aren't stupid. They're not stupid animals. They're extremely intelligent animals. But if they do jump in there, they might be okay, you know, but they might end up with a spike up their arse or something like that. And they'll remember that. Oh, fuck that. I'm not going in there again. But that's the most passive and humane minimum that I'm prepared to go to this growing season. No more cunty cats. Now, if me, an absolute got absolute adoration and appreciation for everything that is nature, including cats and dogs. If I'm thinking of going to that length to protect my veg in a SHTF situation, then there are going to be shitloads of people that are going to be thinking the same thing. So if you've got a cat and the shit hits the fan, you're going to need to keep your cat indoors so that it doesn't cross paths with people like me or people that didn't prepare and stockpile food that are hungry. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. That's all they'll need to do. And that cat that's had trust in humans all its life will go over thinking that he's going to get a little bit of a stroke. The dark side of prepping. It's not all fluffy clouds and butterflies. I'm going to get my pipe out, you know, but I wanted to show you as I was saying it, just so that you know that it wasn't a metaphor for something a bit more sordid. I was going to ask you, Michael, if you don't, hey, you know me, mate, honestly, no worries. You can text me if you like. But I'm just curious how much you got for 3 ounces of silver, the sale of your silver. What did you get in total? You can either put it down here so other people that might have hold of ounces of silver will have a rough idea of what they're worth now for sale, knowing that the person that's buying it is either stacking it or going to be selling it on and needs to make a profit on it. So it's up to you. You can either text me or you can help 1 or 2 people out to get to gauge by putting it in the chat, you know. Still don't know what that's for. No idea. But yeah, you'll be turning again. This is it. This is going to be another point I'm trying to kind of go on to. But again, I waffle. Is that metal is just pretty. This is just a relatively expensive, very pretty paperweight or doorstop in an SHTF situation. That's all it is. I can't do anything with it. And then everyone out there won't have a pot to piss in order to give me of anything of value in exchange for this. So at what point do you think to yourself, this is the dilemma, right? And the dilemma is, will 2026 be the pinnacle year, right? Where the whole Lana, help me out, I can't remember what it's called, Polygon. That was yeah, that wasn't just for fun, you know. That's happening. Thank you, Lana. The cyber polygon. Now, based on patterns and letting things go into my head and just float around and then just kind of click together when they want to click together, right? based on that and the cover of what I think it might have been The Economist or something like that, and there was some artwork on there, and it was a lot like the kind of art that I used to do when I was really getting into art at secondary school. A big piece of, I'm going somewhere with this, a big piece of paper like that, and I would just fill it up with so many different things going on. So no matter where you looked on the page, there was something happening, you know, there was something different to look at, right? And that was very, very similar to the artwork on the front of this very reputable magazine, reputable to people that don't really know very much about real life, right? And but not just that, there are lots and lots of other things that are kind of pointing towards some sort of massive cyber attack. We know it's going to be intentional. We know that the governments of whichever other country it happens to are going to say that it's terrorism, you know, and they've got nothing to do with it, although we all know that it will be completely and totally orchestrated. There's a lot of indications that that's kind of leading to either on or around Independence Day in America. Yeah, so do I think, right, all of this, any metal that I've got is absolutely worth something now, and in a month it's definitely going to be worth more. I know that. I'm not a financial advisor. Do your own research. Do I start to get rid of that and then get stuff in that I know that I'm going to need to get through to the other side of this hill, and have absolutely nothing by way of anything even close to even a meager pension for when I'm at proper retirement age? Or do I just get rid of all metal and just get everything that I possibly can ever need, whilst I can? So that was a big dilemma I had earlier on, all because of a fucking raccoon. Let that sink in. I'm wondering if that little thing that you pull out gives you a better pull, maybe, because I shouldn't have to suck that hard, said Monica Lewinsky. Oh, what you planted them. All right, let me just catch up on all of the all of the comments now before I carry on waffling, because these are conversations that we need to be having with ourselves, at least. I have thought about backpacking Faraday pouches, Michael. My backpack, my vacuum sealer is big enough to take something like that, the little whore, you know. I didn't think there was going to be an innuendo in a vacuum sealer. So you can get some pretty big bags for them, but again, don't buy the rolls. The rolls are shit. The shit. They'll let you down. They're all right for sealing stuff in, just sealing stuff in, but getting all the air out and then sealing it, they're crap. Buy the pre-done ones, you know. But I have got walkie-talkies that have been backpacked away with chargers, and solar controllers. So yeah, I can set up a solar controller. I mean, you can pick solar controllers up for a tenner with built-in USB sockets. So all you need is a half decent sized solar panel and a solar controller. You don't even need the battery, just a solar controller. So anyway, I've got solar controllers that have been backpacked away as well, so they're completely waterproof. Solar panels are already waterproof. They're designed that way, you know, and they're EMP proof. It's just a circuit that just can't really be affected, not really, by an EMP or a CME. That won't affect a solar panel. It's when you've got an entire solar system all set up and you end up with a really bad CME. But because now I don't believe that nukes actually exist, I'm wondering if the Carrington event actually ever happened. So did that ever exist? Is there such a thing as a CME? It's likely. I'm erring on the side that it probably did happen, the Carrington event, right? And that it might happen again, and that it was a result of a solar flare. I am erring more towards that side of things. But I'm not 100% convinced because I've got no actual evidence. I'm finding information out and stuff like this that's coming out of there's no way that they can, the powers that shouldn't be can hide the amount of information from our past to completely and totally disguise it. You know, to almost erase it. It's impossible to do that because there would have been books here and books there and stuff like that, and you know, information passed down from family to family, generation to generation. You know, I'm finding out loads of, I mean, the whole mud flood thing, that's 100% real. So, oh. And seeds, you know, please, if you've not got if you're not sure, if you know what you're doing, you don't need one, right? You really don't. I need one because there are certain plants that I want to continue to grow, like second generation, third generation, fourth, fifth, sixth, eighth, seventh, 11th. Sort of missed one out and then dropped it back in there. Can't even count to 10. So that those seeds will be, you know, they will be worth their weight in gold and then some. You know, you won't get when you invest in something. So a lot of people think stocks and shares, an antique, a painting, whatever, right? When you invest. And then you're waiting on a return on that investment, hoping that you're either going to, at a minimum, break even or make some sort of gain on it, right? Now, there's nothing, I don't believe, materialistically speaking, in the world that you're going to get a return on more than a seed. So if you don't know what you're doing in regards to seed saving, buy a really decent seed saving book and learn to save your seeds. And even if you're starving and you've only got one tomato left and you're thinking, I need to eat this tomato because I'm starving, all you need to do is get your other hand and go like that, and then go, no, something like that. Because the amount of seeds that's in that last tomato that was grown from heirloom is going to give you another 100 tomato plants. You know, just go foraging, do what you have to do. Again, learn to forage. All this food, you know. I found a turkey tail fucking mushroom, for God's sake. So at least I am putting little bits of preppy stuff out there still now and then, you know. But yeah, seeds, and then protecting your effort. I have mentioned before, I was out there, I can't remember what I was doing. I don't know if I was taking a few berries off something or whether I can't remember, but I was down the bottom of the garden, and Kev, he obviously can see that I've got a few fruit trees and, you know, a bit going on, and he can see that I'm active in what I'm doing, right? And he just turned around. I know I've mentioned this before, but it just like, please just think about this scenario, because he's not thick, right? But think about if you were in his situation or in my situation, right? How fucking stupid and ridiculous that was. For him to turn around to me at that moment and say, me and Tina were on about going off grid, when he's got a garden just as big as mine, you know, so many possibilities, so much potential, right? They had the whole fucking thing slabbed over, the whole thing. The only thing they've got left growing in their garden are little weeds coming up in between the slabs, the crazy paving or whatever it is, just like brickwork, right? Little weeds coming up, and a very, very beautiful silver birch tree that I might go over and sap tap at 2 o'clock in the morning when I've had a vodka down me. Just like dun 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 dun. Sap is sap. Tap is sap. Anyway, my point is, I couldn't imagine saying that to anybody if I knew that the yard I was stood in was completely and totally devoid of life. And the amount of effort and money and time that would be needed to be put back into their yard, their garden, in order to turn it into something where they could grow something, is off the charts, really. So I can never get my head around why someone would say, yeah, me and the missus are on about going off grid. It's like me saying, it's like a homeless person, right, who's got literally fuck all. And someone going up to him and saying, I've just bought a new another car. Yeah, I just bought I bought a Corsa, a 1998 Corsa. Yes, nothing posh. And then the homeless person saying, Yeah, I was thinking of getting a Lambo. You know, absolutely, just yeah, yeah. Phew, fuck me. Angry little trash bandits. Oh, and do you know what? I know the way that you are saying angry. I know we're talking about the raccoons. You're saying that in a lovely little way because I think they're so cute. You know, they are little bastards. They again, people see these animals as vermin. They see pigeons as vermin, rats as vermin, foxes as vermin. I just see it as wildlife that we're lucky to have. We'll be planting veg, mate. Organic, no dig. The only downside about no dig is the weeding, because you create such an incredible permaculture, right? That the weeds love it as well. So you have to weed twice as hard, but the quality of the food that you end up getting is twice as good as organic. So again, it's like that, you know, you're going to have to put, but the harder you work for something, right, the better the reward, generally speaking. Planting veg, no dig heirloom varieties to keep seeds from each season. I've put chicken wire on the ground where the beds are going to go, and I'm making 3-foot chicken wire covers to stop rodents finding their way in. I've got a few ideas. You know, you can get, if you've got an old garden hose that you know, you only have to look on Facebook Marketplace. You'll get 10 meters of garden hose for a £5, right? Just chop down some bamboo, stick the bamboo in there, like that, and then on the other side, down like that, cut off a length of garden hose, stick one on the one end of the bamboo, one end on the other end of the bamboo, and you end up with an arch. Do that 3 or 4 times, and then put mesh over the top of it, pin it all down. Nothing's getting in there, not even butterflies. You know, a cat will be thinking, how am I going to get in there? Oh, fuck it, I'll find somewhere else. I'll dig his carrots up instead. So maybe I'll do that instead of having to sacrifice bamboo sticks, creating some sort of Viet Cong like cat killing trap machine, because I'd rather not harm them, but I'm running out of patience with them. I'm just saying. But yeah, thank God we don't have to add angry little trash bandits on top of our vegetable destroying cats problem. Double trouble, because foxes can do it as well. They can jump into your raised beds and do the same problem. But I know the difference between a cat shit and a fox shit, you know, and it's never fox shit. I know for certain of 2 times when foxes have 100% shat on my property, right? One was witnessed, the other one wasn't. I have a big bag, like, you know, proper bag for life type thing, where I just put all my recycling, and then when it's full, I'll bring it in through the house, take it out through the front door, and put it in the recycle bin, right? Just for ease, just for convenience. Now, the girls have a lot of sardines, they have a lot of tuna, stuff like that. There's no sharp edges or anything like that. with dog tins and stuff like that, because I'm aware that foxes are wildlife. I'm very pro wildlife. So with dog, wet food for dogs and stuff like that, when it's emptied, completely emptied, get the top and just go bend it so they can't get their heads inside, and then just recycle it. Well, we think it's being recycled. So yeah, they've got this incredible sense of smell. It's so incredibly honed because these are wild animals. It's a wild dog. We've got a wild dog in this country. People just think, oh, it's a fox. No, isn't it fox? It's a fox. It's lovely, isn't it? It's part of the dog family. It's a canine. We've got wild dogs in this country, and people just don't appreciate that. Anyway, their sense of smell up to 10,000 times more acute than ours, right? So they've ended up climbing up onto the table and going into the bag and making a bit of a mess, and just to get to the remnants of the macro stuff like that, and they've took a shit on the table, because the girls go mad for fox shit. They go mad for it. It's like catnip to them. And the other time, I had a beautiful, again, it was a sports car, but it's the ultimate poor man's sports car. It's the nearest you're going to get to a classic sport car look, without having to shell out the classic sport car. And that was a Mark II MX-5, right? Jet black, just waxed it that day. It was just shimmering. Beautiful little car, right? Could pick them up for about £1,000 now. They weren't expensive. This is what I'm saying. I'm not a flash guy. And this is when we were in the front bedroom, and I was like, what's that noise? It was hot. It wasn't hot, but it was kind of getting into, like, it was just getting through towards the end of spring, and it was a warm night, not overly warm, but the windows were open, bit of fresh air in, right? And we could just hear this noise outside. So I got out of bed, and very quietly, because if it was someone trying to get in the car, right, I wouldn't want to give myself away, because I would have grabbed it. I would have scared them away. The police are useless. I would have quietly gone down with a bat, open the front door dead quietly, right, and then fucked them up, rather than just shout, "Oi, what are you doing?" and scarper. I'm all about proper justice. I'm a Libran. But anyway, it wasn't a car thief. It was a mum and 2 cubs on my driveway, just playing around, just not a single care in the world, about 2 o'clock in the morning. And it was so beautiful. It was such a beautiful, beautiful sight. And I couldn't take my eyes off these cubs. Couldn't take my eyes off them. And I'm just looking there, and I kind of stepped back and went, so Sal got out of bed, and she came round. She was like looking just over my shoulder. So Sal's looking down at this fox. I'm looking down at this fox and the 2 cubs. And one of the cubs, I don't know if you know what an MX-5 is. They're very, very low down cars with a very, very big bonnet, right? So she was looking over. One of these pups jumped up onto the bonnet, of the car, which was sort of my pride and joy, really. I'm not materialistic anymore, but even then I wasn't. It was a poor man's car. I just loved them. I like them. They're lovely cars. Go forever. And it just took a massive shit on the bonnet of the car. Yeah, little bastard. I thought, I'm not going down. It was about Friday. I think it was a Friday night, Saturday night, something like that. We'd had a few drinks. We'd been out as well that night. So we were pretty steaming. I thought, fuck it, I'll leave it till tomorrow morning, you know. And I don't know what these little bastards have been eating, but it was very acidic. You know, it ate through the varnish, if you like. Anyway, that was all off at Lana's going, angry little trash bandits, all off that. We'll be planting veg. Yeah. I put chicken while. Yeah. Nice, grow what you can while you can. Tastes so much better than shop bought veg. 100%. In fact, so many people, you know, because people have kind of been, food is so mass produced on an industrial scale now, with industrial farming practices and all of the disgusting sprays that goes onto the vegetables and onto the soil and all of that, you know, because it's got gradually worse and worse and worse over the last sort of 40 years or so. Most people that aren't you, right, haven't really kind of the lack of flavor and the lack of taste and the lack of nutrition, right? It's gone almost unnoticed by most people out there. Yeah, I've grown loads of my own fruit, my own veg and stuff like that, you know. And I've had a chance to do a little side-by-side test, and I'm like, it's not subtle. It's not a subtle difference. It's fucking massive. You know, I look at people when they buy the cheapest of carrots from Asda or Tesco's, because they can't be fucking asked to grow their own, right? Or they might not have the means to, but then you can grill a garden, you know. I'm just saying, there's never, I just don't like people when they keep coming out with excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse, you know, that I can't do this because of that, I can't do that because of this. I'm like, well, fuck off then, you know. But it's happened over such a long time that people have just they've just adapted to it, not realizing that everything's shit now. That when they buy a packet of you know, the cheapest carrots that they can buy from a supermarket, they're probably better off buying a plastic carrot, right, and just going home and just sucking on it whilst watching EastEnders. I understand that's how that can look as well. Yeah. All off the back of talking about growing your own food. I had to turn it into some sordid, sick, little twisted fucking thing. This is the Rockefeller doc for their plans. See next stage called Hack Attack. Right. Has everyone seen that link from Lana? Because she sent it to me, and I've had a little bit of a scoot through it. And I'm telling you, these people, they look at you as nothing, something that should be thrown on the composter. You know, you're less than the average animal on the planet to them. So if you see that link that Lana's just put up there, please click on it and download it. If it's the same link she sent to me, it's a PDF file, and it's extremely interesting to read, you know. And if you've got the means to print it off and put it in a folder somewhere with your all cures for prancers, if you know what I mean, if you can, add it to that. Again, print that off if you can, when you can, where you can, and put that in a little folder somewhere. This is information that is desperately going to be needed further down the line, you know? So when I was talking about lighters earlier on, like, as this lighter going to be worth like 10 times more than gold if no one's going to be offering me anything for it because they've got fuck all because they didn't plan ahead, right? Whereas skills, you know, you learn some skills, especially first aid and growing shit and foraging and self-defense. So yeah, if I was to recommend 4 skills, there might be another one that would jump in, you know, but I'm just saying, if I could recommend 4 skills, it would be to grow food, first aid, self-defense, and foraging. You imagine yourself in an SHTF situation now. Imagine that's where we are now, and you didn't have any skills, but you wanted to know someone that had at least one of those skills, at least one. Imagine if you learned all 4, you know, make yourself useful. So yeah, please download that if you've not already. It's a PDF file. Lorna never puts anything in there that's unsafe to download. I put my reputation on it. I promise you. She's good. She's a good girl. Fair lady. Yeah, should get a fair bit out of that. Some of it by once, produce for years. Exactly. You can keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. I've got a couple of seed saving books, you know, but I don't want to bore you with them, you know, because it's really, really interesting stuff to me. It's really interesting stuff to me. I fucking love this stuff. I love it. You know, growing all my own, trying to grow as much stuff as I possibly can, and then trying to. Oh, do you know that I put a little video out of me going around planting beetroot seeds before I finally ended up at my little spot where I'll be planting other stuff that's probably a bit more challenging to you unless you're looking for food in that particular place that hardly anyone ever goes. So that's narrowing it right down to a tiny amount of people that would even go there, right? Then imagine how much of a fraction of that tiny amount of people would actually be going there looking for food. So anyway, I was going around, I was planting beetroot seeds because I've got thousands and thousands. If you want some, let me know. Of really good quality beetroot seeds, right? And I put a little video out, and by the way, right, I didn't really think that as I'm moving along, my seeds out, one there, one there, one there, one there, that's 4. Move along a little bit. But don't do a whole row where people are just thinking, he's planting stuff. What's he planting? And if they're anything like me, letting stuff go in there and then it would make sense. I remember someone planting stuff down there. I wonder what it was. I'll go down and have a look. Oh, there's loads of beetroot down there. I'll fucking hoover it up. Right? So it wasn't like that. I was quite discreet. But I planted over 100. So that was a significant amount of squats. So the following morning, I was walking like what was it? John Wayne, right? You know, coming down the stairs, walking down the stairs like I'd shat myself. And then I went to the gym and did something called body bar. I had no idea what that was. No idea what it was. I'd never heard of body bar. You know? And it was a very brief description, you know, but it was, you know, it didn't really explain much. And all the equipment's provided. So I went in there and I asked this little old lady. They weren't all little old ladies. I was the only guy there, you know. But being the only guy there, if there were other guys there, I reckon that they would have made me feel quite uncomfortable with my leotard and that, you know, my tights. So because I was surrounded by women, I fitted in. Anyway, so I had no idea what that was about. And I grabbed the biggest weights because I was in a room full of women. I was the only guy there. I didn't want to go picking up. I'll just go for those little 1 kilogram ones there. Like, oh, there we go. Oh, that's heavy. Oh, I can feel it here. I don't want to be like that. Like, right, ladies. Where do I go? Not quite like that. I think you can imagine I'm not like that, you know. But oh my God, it fucked me up for 2 days. Anyway. Yeah, you should get a fair amount from that. Something I produced for years. Last few weeks, I've got 5 more blueberry bushes and red currant. Nice. Hey, Jordan. I've been drinking a lot of fresh coffee recently. Now, there's a lot of this is relevant and it's prepping related. My stovetop off-grid percolator that I bought originally to use on my stove or over a fire or a little, you know, camping hob or whatever, you know, in a grid down, we can still live like kings and queens. We can, right? But it was just too small. It was like maybe 2/3 of an average size mug. It's not enough, right? So this was advertised as 6 to 9 cups. I'm thinking, that sounds good. That sounds good. Yeah, right? Now, bearing in mind, the water just goes up to about there. So you're looking at a good sized mug, and that's it. You're done. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this is a great off-grid little thing, and this was £10 delivered, right? Now, because I do like fresh coffee, I only drink it one fresh coffee every day, one, right? And I have it black because I know that it does have some medicinal properties, right? Now, coffee grounds are brilliant for blueberries. Blueberries fucking love it. They love it. And pine needles. And a lot of these really decent sized garden centres now have got coffee houses, you know, just sell shitloads of coffee. Right, there's your coffee, son. How much do I owe you? That'll be £75. Right, okay. I'll just put this strawberry bush back. But they'll give you a lot of them will give you the coffee grounds for nothing. Or if they don't do that now, you could go in and say, would you mind saving your coffee grounds up, and I'll come and pick them up every second day, and I'll pay you for them. No, I'll do that for you for free. But then sort them out with a few quid anyway, or a 4-pack of beer round the back. Coffee grounds are amazing fertilizers, energy providers, life boosters for plants. Coffee grounds. especially for blueberries. So I've got 4 blueberry plants, and I'll be sticking with that. But I do think I should have got another gooseberry bush. I've only got 1. Tip for rhubarb: cover and keep in dark over winter. Tried this year, it hasn't looked so good in years. Wow. You see, do you know what, Jordan? It's a little bit like life, really. If you think about the fact that over the last 3 months, we've had about 4 or 5 sunny days, right? Statistically, that's not possible. It's not possible. Not naturally. It's not impossible, but it's highly, highly improbable, right? So we know that there's something going on. We know. But when I went to a beautiful park with my dad, and it really was lovely. You know, took the girls, and yeah, and we just Dad was having a coffee. I was having a mocha. I like a mocha, and she was saying it's just lovely to have the sun shining down. You know, it gets more people on the park, and the more people that come on the park come over for a coffee, and you know, it's good for business and stuff like that. It's just nice to have the sun. And I just said, do you know what? Right? If it was like this every single day, right, you wouldn't be appreciating it anywhere close to how you're appreciating it right now. Because it's the truth. You know? You'll never really truly appreciate the warmth of the sun on your face until you've been through shitloads of storms. Yeah, I've got a few fruit brushes. Ooh, see, Michael, you avoided that there, mate. I wonder if Ruth's in with her messy front garden. Going to invest in more fruit, then build a fruit cage. A fruit cage. So much to do, so little time left. Don't. Again, it's all about prioritizing and not panicking. You know, because it's when you panic, you start cutting corners, and you end up starting to make life more difficult for yourself further down the line. Just take it in your stride. You know, prioritize and commit yourself. You'll be good to go. Just had a bit of seepage. Seepage is a horrible word, right? But it is the actual word required for what's happening, right? So I've got a natural goblet here, right? Now, because it's been made out of a piece of wood, it's got knots in it. And it's coming out of a little knot and then dribbling down. You know, it's not ideal. I don't really want to put glue on there, you know. Sally bought me that. And it's become part of the furniture, so we'll deal with it. Anyway. Yeah, I'm feeling like that. So much to do, little time, weather holding me back. Had lots done by start of February last year. Yeah, do you know what? It's mad because you guys were head and shoulders ahead of me, fucking miles ahead of me last year. This year, I think I've got quite a bit of a head start, right? But that fucking cat's really pissed me off. That was a lot of onions. It wasn't just a little. I've just did this tiny little hole here, just this little one, and then just hold on. Oh dear. Oh, hold on. Meow. Meow. And just, get really going for it. And then just, oh, God. And then fuck off. It's trashed everything. It's multiple holes, multiple little tiny shits. 100% a cat. I think that's how I got onto the subject of knowing what the difference is between cat shit is and fox shit. I know the difference. Anyway. But yeah, that's just been a little bit of a setback that's just annoyed me. But I've never gone, I haven't until this year gone to the lengths that I'm going to now in regards to guerrilla gardening. Now, more now than I've ever done. It's something I've been thinking about for quite a long time. And it's something that I have been doing a little bit of, but not much. Well, this year, I'm going balls deep into the stuff. Or ball. Mr. Womble, But the other one makes up for it. It's like a fucking bowling ball. Have some of that. Oh, Terry, you knocked me right off my feet, you bastard. I know. Top up. Another lovely thing about this, I'm hoping this doesn't send me off onto another tangent, about going on to this beautiful, beautiful English park with my dad. We ended up just talking about how basically our generation is the last of its kind, because through all intents and purposes, we were pre-tech. There wasn't a single kid at our school that had a mobile phone, Nobody had a computer. We all had one telly, which extended to getting my own black and white TV in my bedroom at one point as a kid. That was pretty much it. We were out all the time. So, and my dad was appreciating that kind of conversation with me. When I was saying, where the last of your generation, the last of that sort of generation, Dad, technology's kind of come in and fucked everything up monumentally. And anyway, so he went on to talk about something, and he was on about Alan Titchmarsh. I don't know what inspired him to, just bear with me on this. I don't know what inspired him. I don't know what we were talking about for him to turn around and come out with this random thing. And it was very random. I remember it being random. How did we get to that? But I'm so glad that we did. And that moment that we got to was him talking about Alan Titchmarsh. Right. So we were in a kind of a nature reserve-y type park, right? And it must have reminded him of that. and he said there was this beautiful music that was being played on this Alan is it Tits March? I'm trying to picture now. I'm picturing Tits marching. Titch Marsh. Yeah. And he's doing this wildlife program. And he said there's this music that plays to the wild when they're filming the wildlife and that. And now my dad was into rock and roll and stuff like that. And I said to him, was it classical? I had no idea. But it was just something about the way that he said it that I knew it was. Because my dad likes classical music. I'm a drum and bass head, you know? But I love classical music and opera. I love yeah. So anyway, he said, do you want to listen to it? He's never said, do you want to listen to this music? He's never, ever said that to me before. It was the first time in 53 fucking years. So we're both sat there. The sun's beaming down on us. We're surrounded by absolute beauty. And he plays this piece of music on his phone. And I sat back and sort of looked around at the people, at the trees, at the sun glistening off the lake. The girls were both chilled out because they'd just been on a right good rampage. And I was listening to this music, and I started to get choked up. I was welling up. And so the piece of music was called The Role of Glory. Let me just double check that because I'll know. This is all relevant. Please just bear with me, you know. I'm trying to get to a point with this. I won't just play long because, you know, although we've got a little bit more leeway with this channel, you know, we can take the piss a bit more. We can just renew bands. Role of Glory, classical music. It's not there. Anyway, maybe that moment was just there for me, you know. But I just sat there and I was just thinking, we've managed to trace our generations back hundreds and hundreds of years. We've been fortunate enough to have a very, very rare surname that made it actually easier to track us down. So to go back nearly 500 years, you know. There's been 2 DVDs made, or documentaries made. Well, no, 4. If you take the 2 DVDs into account, I suppose you could count those as documentaries. And then 2 documentaries that didn't make it onto a DVD on telly. And then it got into the newspapers about 5-6 times from a tiny family that no one's ever heard the surname of, you know. So that was my dad's auntie, and that was my dad's cousin. And they were switched at birth. And fortunately, both families stayed in touch for decades and decades and decades, because they were on the same ward, and they were just kind of, you know, same situation, you know, oh, my contractions are coming as well. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. That sort of thing, probably. I don't know, you know, but they ended up being mates for life. And it's a good job, because it wasn't until both of their respective daughters got to about mid to late 40s, that they started thinking, why does our daughter look like you and your daughter looks like us? Fuck knows. And yeah, it turned out in the end that they'd both been raising each other's kids. It was quite a famous story, you know, considering I'm a nobody from nowhere, you know. I could give you so many examples of how we've gotten into the newspaper for various reasons, and yeah, loads of stories related to us, and it's mad, really. Mad. You would never know. You'd never know. And then my dad's third missus married a woman whose niece, who I've met loads of times because she's really, really close with her nieces, right? My dad's wife's niece was born on the same day, at the same, within the same hour, in the same ward, on the same day, same hospital, same ward as me. I mean, you start looking at all of these things. I could throw loads and loads and loads more at you, you know. You start looking at all these things, and you start to sort of like culminate them all together, and you start thinking the chances of this is, you know, staggering. So, but you can also ask that about your own life, and the whole, why am I seeing the world through real eyes, surrounded by people that don't realize? Why me? You know, you could ask the same question about that, really, and that's a good one. That's a pretty fucking profound one, that is. I don't know what I make of this pipe. It's a little bit. I put loads of my homegrown stuff in there, which is a little bit dry. I had to grind it all, or I've not got a very good grinder. Yeah, Jordan, are you still with us? Or was that Matty? No, it's Matty. One of our little tribes, Matty. He's got his own channel. He's been growing his own tobacco, and he makes these perfect little fucking cigars from the tobacco that he cures and grows and cures himself, and then gives out tobacco cigars at Christmas and birthdays and stuff. But he's got this really, really, really good grinder for the tobacco, so it doesn't turn into dust, but you don't end up with massive clumpy bits either, you know. And so his is automatic, whether it's sort of like 12 volt or, you know, USB rechargeable or 3-pin. I can't remember, and I can't remember how to get back in touch with him, even though I've subscribed to his channel now, because I could do with learning to shred this down perfectly, to barter with, because I'm determined to grow this forever. You know, a lot of people would say you can't eat tobacco though, Terry. No, you're right. But with tobacco, you can gain a lot of fucking allies. You know, you can gain a lot of favors. So if you can grow it right and cultivate it right, and what you're not growing in those pots that you're growing tobacco in that's inedible, sort of, I'll have enough knowledge to be able to go out and forage to make up for those plant pots that I've got tobacco growing in, and then harnessing more seeds. Where are I now? I'm so far behind now. I do apologise. I'm going to shut the fuck up now. Just carry on reading everyone, so we can get on top of everything. This is why I'm glad we've not got a big channel, so that I can do this. Otherwise, there'd just be loads and loads of messages going up, not up and up. I've seen it on loads of live streams. I don't want to be like that. It's very personal. This is. So the fox left a gift. Yeah, it was a lovely gift. If it wasn't so cute, I'd have gone out there and wrung its fucking neck. But it was so fucking gorgeous. I just love the idea of having wild dogs in our country, and I've got so much respect for urban dogs, urban foxes in places like London, Manchester, Liverpool, Birmingham. Because that not only have they got to try and avoid being killed by their main predator, us, they've also got to try and find a spot that is safe enough for them to raise a family, you know. But yeah, I've got so much respect for those animals. They're so beautiful. I love foxes. Never had luck growing carrots. Got a rainbow mix to try this year. Again, it could be where you're trying to grow them, Jordan. I've grown stuff there, and it's like, okay, I'll give up on that. I'll grow something else there, and it'll grow well. I think, these grow well in my garden. I'll grow some more over there, and they don't grow very well. Same soil, same pot, same seeds, and they're like that. So it's about finding what works where, you know. And I mean, the blueberries. I promised I wouldn't go off on one. I hope that makes sense anyway, mate. That sometimes it's all about the positioning, you know. I put what I got for the Britannias, a couple of comments before Lana's link comment. Oh mate, I'm so sorry. I missed that. I don't want to. Hold on. Here we go. I got £2 under spot price per ounce. Spot today was £66.77. It's not the best deal. Put £180 in my pocket. Isn't it mad that you would have had, if you'd have left it until maybe tomorrow, I reckon you would have had 200 quid in your pocket if you'd left it a day. But either way, you've turned it into you're pretty much making sense of my point earlier on. You can't eat it, so turn it into something you're going to use, you know. But then it's that balance. It's like, well, what happens if everything sort of falls into a usable place that's good for all of us, the way it should fucking be, right? But none of us have got anything to sort of retire on. But then the kind of world that I'm hoping that we're going to end up with, we won't need to retire. We'll look after our elderly and infirm, and we'll know if they're shirkers or not. We'll know if they can't be arsed, they're just lazy fuckers that just want us to do all the work. We'll fucking suss them out, you know. But for those that have done their work, you know, and they don't need to do any more. They've grafted all their lives, you know, just we'll find something else for them to do, like help out with this, help out with that, look after the kids whilst we're doing this. And like, I know all this sounds like a pipe dream to a lot of people. It's not a pipe dream to me. You see, I see this as a real possibility. And I also see it as exactly where we need to go, because trying to come up with any other alternative just doesn't work for us. It doesn't. And again, anyone new that might be listening now that thinks we're going to vote our way out of this madness is suffering from a condition that's commonly known as retardation. Yeah, that's what it's called. So if anyone believes that Habib or Lowe or Reform or anyone like that's going to save you, just off you pop, carry on chewing on your fucking crayons. Oh, I went a bit too far up there. There's a PDF there for Herbal Medicine Encyclopedia. Lana, have you sent that to me? I think you've sent that to me. Can you just let me know if you have? I've downloaded a few PDFs recently. This is a good one too. Yeah, grab all of this information, guys. You know, look, do you know, I could have been like any other little cunt YouTuber, right? And said, right, you don't want to buy any, you don't want to do that. Don't buy anything off anyone that you don't know. You know, it could be poisoning you with fillers and with bounds and all these technical words and all this fucking bollocks, right? You need to get it from me. I know what I'm doing. I've researched it. I've shown you what I've got. I know what I'm doing. Buy everything from me. I could have done that. I could have gone down that line, you know. I could have taken advantage of people, subscribers, but I fucking refuse to do that. I refuse to do that. I would way prefer you to look into this yourself. Email me if you've got any questions. You know, what are your thoughts on this? What are your thoughts? If I don't know the answer, I'll tell you. I'll probably have the chances are I'll have an opinion, you know, but I've not got you to try and buy my supplements. I've not got you to buy my tinctures. I haven't got merch. I haven't got a little fucking begging bowl at the bottom of my videos. You haven't got adverts because it's not monetized. So, but I do like the idea of people going back, you know. And I had a lovely conversation with my dad about that. The fact that the way forward is the way back. You know, it's like imagine like getting. I don't know if this is a fucking good idea or analogy or not, but it's the first one that came to my mind, so it's coming out. So imagine if you've been just roofed, right? You've had Rufinol. Someone slipped Rufinol into your drink, but just for a crack. No sword, nothing sick or twisted or anything like that. Just for a crack, like the film Hangover, right? And you've experienced so much, you know, and your life has just gone along to the point where going to the GP and just getting pills for this and getting pills for that and injections for this, injections for that, still getting more and more ill. And, you know, and it's like, you know, it's like we've come so far forward into the world of big pharma that we've forgotten about all of that really, really healthy, natural stuff that kept us healthy. You know, So we need to go back. The way forward is the way back. Pre-fucking Rockefellers. Anyway, I'll have to ask around to get some coffee grounds more off a Nescafe Original, man. Hey, mate, you know, Nescafe will last you for decades and decades and decades as long as that foil seal is kept intact, right? Because it's freeze-dried. But the process that all that it's processed. The process that all of that coffee's gone through in order to get to the point where it looks like what it looks like when it gets freeze-dried, it's not good. It's not great, you know, but it's still a morale booster. And most real, if you think of, right, I want to think of 5 morale boosters in an SHTF situation when all I've got is rice and beans. 5 morale boosters that are all, say, sweet, right? You're not going to think, a nice ripe apple. Most people aren't. That's not going to be the first thing that comes to most people's brains. They're going to think, I'd fucking love a Boost, a Lion Bar, or a Snickers. What? You've got 700 bars of Snickers in your home? Yeah. Give or take 100. So again, you know, we all know, obviously, the less processed something is, the better it is for you, you know, and you know, your instant coffee is very it's quite processed, you know. So if you've got the actual beans, if you can buy the beans and then suck all the air in but I would protect them from the plastic with coffee beans, right? Put them in some grease-proof paper or something and slot that in. Just slot that in so it just sucks it around it. But yeah, buying proper coffee beans, provided you've got a way of grinding those beans down into a powder off grid, best coffee you'll ever have. So you can be doing like what the French do with wine. You can be keeping all the really good quality coffee to yourself, right? And then bartering with your freeze-dried coffee that will last for decades. It's still a morale booster, whilst keeping the really, really good stuff to yourself. That's what the French do with their wine. They keep all of the really, really nice French wine over there and then send all the fucking vinegar over here. Unless you're prepared to spend £30 upwards. Hello, is that Rosa? Hey, Rosa. I bet you said hi about half an hour ago, and I've just waffled on. Like, I think I need to put a disclaimer. It's called the Waffling Wizard because I waffle like fuck. A proper dedicated tobacco cutter will be best, but I use a pasta cutter for now, and it's okay. I've seen one that's, you know, it's probably about that big, about that wide, you know, that you can put it in, and it does look like a proper shredder. But the thing is, Matty was on about this electric one, and he said it's just amazing. It's just perfect. But this is what I'm using at the moment. It's just not good enough, you know. It's shit. Bearing in mind, this is my first year of growing tobacco, and then my first year of getting the seeds so I can grow shitloads more, and learning how to cure it by hang drying it, stuff like that. I've got a lot of tobacco, you know, a lot, and that's packed out. And I've got another one very similar. And you need to get to the right consistency, you really do. So putting it into this little fucking thing, it's lovely, really. You know, it's got a little glass window there, like you need to see it happening. I don't give a fuck. Just get it done. And it goes into there, and it just gets all clogged up, and it's just so time consuming as well. And then you've got to strip each tobacco leaf of the I do apologise. I think a few people have dropped out there to see if I'm going to restart a brand new. Nice one. Cheers. Do you know what's bizarre? It's saying that there's just one man or one woman watching this live stream now. Just one. Does it say the same on your screen? Because there's 4 of you now, at least 4 people. Yeah, on my screen it says there's 1. So it does make me wonder how many people actually get to see these live streams. You know, it's glitchy as fuck. That's what I mean. There'll be, sometimes I'll, believe it or not, when I'm feeling quite restless to go to sleep, because when I turn everything off, it's fucking deafening. You know, my mind's thinking about this, my mind's thinking about that, you know, and I know that most, if not all of you, can relate to that, right? So sometimes I need a distraction, but it's got to be a distraction that is not going to conflict with me trying to go to sleep, right? So sometimes I'll listen to thunder and lightning on low levels, and sometimes that'll work, you know. I usually give myself three options. If the first is going to sleep naturally, lying down, by the way, when you breathe in through your nose and then out through your mouth, when you breathe in through your nose, don't fill your chest up, fill your belly up. Fill your belly up, and then out through the mouth, and then start doing a bit of a deep dive into why you should do it that way. It's fascinating and very true, right? So my other options, when that's failing, because my mind's still, can you shut the fuck up now? Is listening to Alan Watts, non-AI Alan Watts, because that's not Alan Watts. So listening to Alan Watts gives me peace. Oh man. Yeah. So get back. I've forgotten what there was another one as well. It'll come to me in a minute. Another one is actually listening to my own live stream as a last resort. Listening to my own voice. Again, this is something that you can, as empaths, you can have a rough idea around that. Some of you might think that might be a bit odd, you know, but that's because you've never tried that. You've never done a live stream and then tried that to go to sleep, tried that to go to sleep, tried that to go to sleep. None of it's worked. And then you've put your own live stream on and listen to yourself talking. And before you know it, you're out like a light. It's mad. Yeah, I've got 7 now. But again, this is what I'm saying. It does make you wonder just how manipulated a channel like this can be, because it's so organic. This channel is so organic. It's so grassroots. It's so natural, you know, to the point where I end up saying far too much about me and my personal life, you know, because it's flow. When I flow, you'll feel that flow. Again, I'm not a fucking hippie. I'm not a hippie. He says, you know, but I like this top. I like this. I'm not a hippie though. But I'm a spiritual man. So it does make me wonder if a lot more people get to see these live streams, or at least on the Rose Hippie Guy channel, than is actually kind of being portrayed on this little marker thing in the top left-hand side of my screen. You know? It's so fucking glitchy. You know, CommyTube and Google in general, I look forward to the day when that is all in flames. You know, when I say in order for us to go forward, we need to go back, I mean that in every sense. The only downside is that we ended up being connected to people from America, Canada, some of the good people in Israel. I'm sure there are loads of people in Israel that are good, you know. And I mean that. You certainly are a spiritual man. I think honestly, Rosa, I genuinely believe that I would say 90% of the people, because this is a public live stream, you know, so you're going to get people from all walks of life just dropping in and thinking, you know, and having a bit of a listen. It might be their cup of tea, it might not be their cup of tea. They'll come along and they'll go, you know. So not everyone's going to be on the same wavelength of this channel as you are. And I think anyone that vibes with these live streams and the sort of things we talk about and the way that we are and the way that this channel is, are probably quite spiritual people. You know, like attracts like. It really does. It really does. But I wouldn't have that any. I wouldn't have it any other way. You know, I think spiritualism. Again, you get so many preppers. You get so many people online. A lot of like dramatic sort of clickbait thumbnail cunts out there. That I don't like that. Again, they do that to make money out of the channel. And it does annoy me. It does annoy me. I don't like clickbaity shit. You know, if I've come across your channel before and I've watched one of your videos all the way through and I thought, yeah, I quite like this, subscribe. I don't want anyone going, make sure you subscribe to my channel, hit that like button, share my content, share this video. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. If anything, if they get too much like that, I'll either unsubscribe or not subscribe. I believe in everything being organic. It should be organic. No one should need to be prompted to do anything, because we're living in a world surrounded by that shit. Programming, nudging. We don't need any more of that. you know, especially in the prepping community. I am quite chuffed about the fact that prepping is becoming a little bit less. It's being seen less as a no. Don't. You're right. You're right, Terry. He's a prepper. You know, because we were all seen like that, even though we were actually continuing a tradition that's gone through the human race for God knows how long. Could be thousands of years, could be millions, or could be none, you know, with the simulation theory. Who knows, you know? The mind is best open, like a parachute. I made this out of a parachute, you know? Check out my needlework skills. Dog's bollocks, you know? Have you still got one, Paul? Got 9 here. And you know, because it's coming from a separate channel as well, that's unfamiliar to a lot of people. I think the slight, I think the way the algorithms are sometimes a bit of a mystery, right? So I do think that the more you've got, you know, subscribed to your channel, the more you'll appear in other people's feed. Ugh, horrible word. Whereas this has got about 62, 63 subscribers, this channel. So it won't be pushed as much, you know. But because it's going to be, oh, and you know what? Someone pointed out a video on this channel of me and Sally playing drafts. She hired, it was my birthday. I didn't even know that video was on there. And so it was my birthday and we were going away for a week camping, right? We always went away camping for my birthday, always. Never to the caravan, always camping, you know. And we stopped off at she'd booked in advance an Airbnb, and unfortunately, I mean, I never even thought twice about it back then. Never entered into my head, right? I just know that I love playing chess. I'm not bad, you know. I do love chess. And then you've got checkers, or drafts, as it's known in England, right? So the kitchen in that house on this channel had black and white squares. And now I see that checkered pattern in a completely different light now. But I haven't seen that. I haven't actually watched that video for about 4 years, 5 years, maybe. To date. I know it's there now, but I haven't watched it. It would be too if you look and sound like a spiritual man, you'll think like a spiritual man. You are a spiritual man, and a wizard vibe going on. Oh, that's so that rolls off the tongue so nice, Michael. I want to read it again. If you look and sound like a spiritual man, so I'm assuming I look like a spiritual man, even though I'm insisting I am absolutely not a hippie. I'm not a hippie, you know. And there's loads of people that wear glasses like this, loads of people that got a beard, loads of people that shave their head because it's just more practical. but I just think, I just wish that the world was full of more people that have got a broader mind as to asking these massive, profound questions that we've all got, like, what is it all about? Why are we here? What are our origins? You know, where did we come from? Because we certainly didn't come from apes. What's our purpose? Is any of this real? Do we live on a round world, a flat earth, or a simulation? You know, there are so many really, really profound questions. So many. And I think it's only, generally speaking, people that are quite spiritual that ask those questions. Someone with a level of spirituality about them, you know. I think shallow people, of which there are, there seems, there feels like there's like way more than I would like, just that aren't asking those questions. I mean, earlier on, I was just washing the pots, and I was thinking about my brother-in-law, and I was having a conversation with him once, and he's quite he's again, there's intelligent. Yeah, people just think because someone's intelligent, they're just going to understand, or they're going to know what's what, and that means fuck all. It means nothing. So his entire career was working within. He did work his way up quite significantly in the banking industry. So he retired very, very, very early, very comfortable. You know. Quite a nice house in a very peaceful place, and you know, and then got bored with retirement. It was like, well, this isn't what I was expecting. This is boring as fuck, you know. So he ended up going back to work when he doesn't need to. So only part time, right? But you know. But I've had a few attempts at him, you know, and yeah, I think my final attempt ended when I turned around and said, yeah, but Bill Gates is a monster. Him. Why is he a monster? He does a lot of good things. He's a philanthropist. He's got a foundation where he goes around the whole world because he's made so much money. He's trying to use a lot of that excess wealth that he will never spend on trying to help humanity. You know, that it wasn't just that kind of stumped me, really. It was the fact that we're living in a world where there are so many other people that are also thinking the same thing, because they don't look past what they see or hear, and they don't question it, you know. So but I'm also seeing loads and loads and loads and loads of examples, loads of fucking examples, right? Not just examples on the screen, you know, on YouTube or X or whatever. I'm not really with any of the platform, but people that I'm interacting with as well, that I've kind of walked away from thinking, wow, fucking hell, you know. And it just kind of just gives you a little bit of a lift. I've had loads of interactions with loads and loads of people that are a third of my age, right? And a generation that a lot of people in the have given up on. that think that they're all kind of roboticized and they're all programmed and completely and totally indoctrinated by the system. And that is just simply not the case. And I know it's not the case because I've had these personal interactions myself. So this isn't me just trying to sort of like grasp at data, you know. This is personal interactions with people, random, just random. And random is where the truth is. You know, you set up a trial for this and a set a trial for that, and you've got all of these parameters, and they know that these parameters are there because it's all been explained to them in advance and blah, 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 blah. You're not going to get a completely natural, organic, grassroots outcome from that situation, not 100%. Whereas you go out and interact with people in the streets, I don't just walk up to people and go, what are your thoughts on the WEF? I'm not a fucking lunatic. I'm very tactful in my approach. Very, very tactful. And even then, if the right moment doesn't kind of arise, then it won't arise. But I do believe that the right moment will arise with the right person at the right time for the right reason. I do believe that. And this is why I'm constantly like saying, keep planting those seeds of truth, please. You know, I'm using my manners, please. And especially if it's people that you're never going to meet again, what have you got to lose? What have you got to lose? Absolutely fuck all. You've got nothing to lose by opening dialogue with a complete stranger, right? And getting them to look up at the chemtrails, for example, and just saying, did you know that chemtrails and contrails are different? Did you know that? You know, you might end up with someone going, oh no, I always attract them. No, I didn't know. No, I always attract the weirdos. They're thinking that, you know, and that weirdo is me. When all I'm trying to do is help them, you know. Some people will see it and some people won't. And if I'd gone through the last sort of, say, 5-6 years and not experienced any progress, and I mean any, if I never felt like anything that I'd said, anything that I'd done, anything that I'd alluded to had made any difference whatsoever to anyone over the last half a decade plus, then who knows? I was going to say maybe I would have caved in, but I don't think so. But it would have been quite disheartening. It would have been definitely disheartening. You know, it definitely would have made. It would have taken a little bit of a bit of steam out of my engine. Well, that's not been the case. A lot of the moments that I know for a fact I have opened eyes and minds definitely happened because I felt it, and yeah, you'll know, and it's always worth it. Again, you'll wake up the right people at the right time for the right reason. I don't think it should ever be anything forced. You force this information onto people, and there's a lot of information. Again, that's another problem. It's like, where the fuck do you start? Where did you start? Chemtrails, the jabs. Should we go back to the start? Then where's the start? Was it the jabs? You've got to try and meet them on their level. You've got to try and meet them on their let's just say that it's an art that probably none of us have mastered yet, but we're working on it. And if ever there is something worth working on, it's that. Yeah, muddy camping season getting close now. Yeah, well, there's I'd look at festivals around Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire, and there's a few that have caught my eye, and Michael's aware of one of them. But he, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, well, it is unfortunately in some ways, because he would have had a great crack, but a different kind of crack with me, if he'd have come to this particular festival. But he's going away with his missus down south, on the southwest coast. So at least he's at the time of this particular festival. So at least he's getting away, you know, giving his brain a break, or trying to, at least, you know, in a beautiful part of this country. I think everyone needs to have something to look forward to. Now, unfortunately, Mr. Ford, people like him, who in the car manufacturer, he employed people to try and find a way, because he was all about streamline that, and then streamline that, and then streamline that, and then streamline that. He was all about streamlining. It was probably on the spectrum. He's right up there. There are a lot of questions around that. The kind of obsessive nature of streamlining. So he was one of the people that came up with the model of, right, what's the maximum amount of time that we of work that we per week that we can get out of a human. And I'm sure that approach had other influences as well from the outside. And what's the sort of maximum amount of hours really that we should make each individual work in order for them to remain a complete and total slave to the system? Keep them drained, too drained to become a problem. Just keep them in a perpetual world of repetitive emptiness. And thus the 30, 40-hour-a-week model was born. And from Monday morning, the Monday blues, you're thinking, right. And then you've got over the hill or something like that, over the hill Wednesday. Right, we're past Wednesday now. Friday is within my sights, right? Speaking of sights, I'll go into that in a bit. So you become so fucking hyper focused on Friday, that Friday feeling, which was alluded to very early on in the live stream. So you celebrate the weekend. This is a model that's been created. So you celebrate the weekend. Let's get pissed. And then in many cases, you have people up and down the country spending all day Saturday getting over a hangover. Saturday night is the best night. You're chill. You're neutral. You know, you're in the middle of the break. Hopefully you've gotten over your hangover. You're all right. You sorted yourself out. You've kind of got back to normal, right? You might have a few drinks on a Saturday night. You might go out. Then you're on the risk because of the mass availability of alcohol throughout every single situation, even COVID. No, that's not an essential aisle. That's not an essential aisle, love. I'm sorry. No, that's not an essential aisle. I know it's kids' clothes. Go down the alcohol aisle. Buy as much as you want. And then you spend all day Sunday stressing about Monday, and then repeat. That was a model that was I've forgotten the word. I fucking hate it. I hate that. I fucking hate that. But that was a model that was planned out to maximize the work out of you, to give that dollar note, that pound note, that euro note value as much as they possibly could. Squeeze as much out of you as they possibly can without you realizing that you're a slave. I don't believe, and I've never believed that we were ever designed to be like that. Living in a world of perpetual fucking, something came up on the screen then, random. And we weren't designed for that. We were designed to work with nature, to just work with nature. Again, I'm not hippie. I'm not. But we benefit from being around nature. Anyone that's from the city, anyone that's listening to me now, any of the 9 people listening to me now will know 100% that they feel better when they are surrounded by trees and rolling hills. And that's direct contact with nature. So even if you're growing your own food, which is what we should be doing, everyone. I know we've got a lot of us have got limits. We're city preppers, right? But those green spaces that, you know, can be utilized without it impacting wildlife. You know, pretty much everything we grow, flowers. And let me just catch up. Asking deep, profound questions. All of our lives, it separates us and has drawn us together. I would agree with that. Again, the like attracting like, you know, and this can be narrowed right down into a very, very short, very, very simple analogy. Like attracts like, right? Which is going to lead off into a bigger conversation. You see, imagine if I had that old fucking beard, that old wizard, this whole wizard regalia thing on that I had at the start of this live. That's it. I would have looked like the final result of the main and the best character in V for Vendetta. But it won't stop me. So that analogy, right? Like attracts like, and that happens everywhere in every single sort of way, right? So you get people from all walks of life going to a football match. Again, this is I might, if I remember, I'll go down that route again with sport and the psychology behind that. So you will automatically gravitate towards someone that you've got some common ground with, something in common. Now, we're living in a country or a nation of countries that has been turned into mongrel countries. Now, I believe that I love John Lennon, right? Now, I think there's only one thing that I've disagreed with him on, and that is, imagine there's no countries. We need different countries and we need borders. I've always wanted to travel to India, check India out, but I've always, above all, wanted to go and check out Africa. If you could see this room in its full glory, right, and my front room as well, it's very, 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 very African, because I love that African thing, and I love the fact that their spirituality is honoring and remembering their ancestors. Not some deity, you know. So if I walked into a room full of black people, for example, right? The most simple of analogies, this really. If I walked into a room full of black people, 50 black people, and I saw, everyone sort of gravitates, that they feel each other's vibrations. If they don't, and they move off onto another group, and you know how it is. That's quite a decent definition of what a social butterfly is. You'll go, this conversation, I either don't relate to this conversation at all. They're all talking in jargon that I don't fucking understand. Or I've got what I need from this conversation with this group of people in this overall gathering. Loads of different people just grouping off eventually. That's what happens. So you move on to another group, If you're able to do that, if you're not too introverted, right? But if I walked into a room where there were 50 say a room of 50 people, and 95% of that room was black, I would be looking around, scanning to see if I could find white people, and then I would aim towards the white people. That would be my urge. Whether or not that happened or not would be a different question, because I could overhear a conversation that I can relate to there. There's just black people, and I'll interject whether I'm wanted or not. And that's another problem, is that white people generally speaking, on a global scale, statistically, are way, way, way less racist than black and brown people. Isn't it ironic? So I would gravitate towards people of my own kind, right? I would have noticed them straight away. In a room, if I went into a room of 50 white people, I just see a room of 50 white people. I go into a room as a white man where it's 95% black, I'm going to be scanning and seeing white people and thinking, I'm going to try and eventually work my way over to them. And that's happening on a national scale in every single Western country now. Tribalism off the fucking charts. But unhealthy tribalism. You see, I've mentioned Paki Paul. That's not Paki. He's a Hindu man. Lovely, lovely guy. Indian, right? Not born here. But he's settled here, made a business here, employed white people to work in his shop. Really, really nice guy. And I mean that. I really, really do genuinely really like the guy. I would invite him around to my house. I would cook him and his missus a meal. I would. I like him that much. And that's not me exaggerating here at all. I don't exaggerate. I might do now and then, but you'll know I'm exaggerating, to the point where I don't need to explain that I'm fucking exaggerating. But I'm almost 100% sure that he doesn't really socialize with many white people when he goes home and shuts up shop. So there is no cohesion between all of these people in this country. There is none. There's none. There is only division. Now, there's been so many people that have turned around and said, right, look, we need to forget about our differences and all look towards the main problem. We all need to come together as one. And I have alluded to this in previous live streams and blah, 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 right? But realistically, that's not fucking happening, is it? Let's face high likelihood outcomes here, right? The chances of Islam joining forces with Christians, based on top of the fact, and again, this is like, come knocking on my door, knock on my door, because I'm telling the truth here. So if you come knocking on my door after me telling the truth as a reason, because I've told the truth about something, and you're knocking on the door about to give me a hard time about telling the truth, you're fucking having it. You're fucking having it. So there is no assimilation. There's no assimilation there. Not really. None. Just where it's just, oh, it's needed. I'm sure not everyone's like that, you know, just where it's needed, you know, let's assimilate where it's needed. And then the system has pitted Islam against Christianity. Even, I'm not a Christian man, you know that, you know, but the country is a Christian-based country, right? Even though we've got a king that is the defender of the Church of England that is pro-Islamic and not pro-Christian. That's a fact. So the more we bring in from the third world, and again, I don't mean to sound so disrespectful about the third world, but it's like, but it is, you know, whether it's our government and several of other Western governments' faults that these third world countries have been suppressed in order for us to keep control and maintain control of their resources, or not, has got fuck all to do with me. Nothing. I'm not interested in their fucking gold, their diamonds. I couldn't give a fuck. I want to go back to knowing every white family, every British family on my street, and my kids playing with your kids on the street. And then if you're hungry for culture and you're hungry for, you know, other ways of life, and you want to experience the culture, the raw fucking culture of another country, right? Like India, like Pakistan, certain parts of Pakistan. I want to be able to pack up, get on a plane and go over to India or Pakistan and experience that culture in its rawest sense. I don't want to have to travel 50 fucking miles up the fucking road to a place that's more Pakistan than fucking Pakistan. You see, we've never had problems like this before. Not quite like this on a live stream. So all I can do is just apologise for this shit fucking platform that needs to be razed to the ground. Nice one, Jordan. Jordan, can you tell me roughly where you heard up to? Whilst I go and get a top up, if you can, I would really appreciate either you or anyone just to type in where I got up to that's understandable to me whilst I get a top up, so I can carry on, because I reached a peak there and like had a bit of a pop. Yeah, who knows, Michael? There aren't, to be fair, and again, this is not ego, you know, there aren't that many people. I wish there were more people like this on YouTube. Oh man. Give me more context, Jordan, whilst I get a top up, mate. I do apologise, guys. This isn't me, it's tech again, just backing up my point. Bring on a fucking CME, bring it on. It'll be hell to start off with. But it'll be the reset that we need. I do genuinely believe we didn't need a reset, we just needed the right guidance. And we've been a lot, well, including us, we've been led down a merry path of bullshit, lies, and deception. And the weak-minded of the population have fallen for it more, become more and more programmed than us, to the point where they're dragging us down with them, you know. Anyway, it froze seconds after the outburst. We heard it all. Oh, thank fuck for that, Michael. Because it was like spiritual ejaculation. And I've never ever used those two words in the same like era. Yeah, I've never ever. It was like I just started to make realization after realization, trying to talk my way along and explain whilst I'm listening to myself talking, and it was just like, I feel loads fucking better for it. Multiculturalism doesn't work. It will never, ever work. I believe in borders. We should have been very, very fortunate by living on an island with a decent navy. If every country had stuck to the original deal instead of the plan, the deal being you stop at the first safe country, but then we've got our own police forces, our own police force that can. So an elite, right? So if something's illegal, right, under the current law, which isn't constitutional law, right? Under the current legal system, if someone breaks a law in the legal system, does something illegal, right, they are then liable for arrest, right? Now, just one person from the public can go to any one of these hotels, but be placid, non-confrontational, because you'll get more out of them, right? You go, you all right, mate? You're a fag? Where are you from? And they go, Turkey. So they've just opened up to you and gone, Turkey. Now, AI, facial recognition, is across the world now. It's not just the West. Now, if these people have got a criminal record, for example, because of companies like Palantir, and which we're only hearing a little bit about what they're capable of and how vast and how far that's been integrated into the system. They would be able to scan his face, find out everything about him, right, based on his face, but then above all, know that he's from Turkey. Turkey's not war-torn. So he falls under the category of an illegal immigrant. So he should be then shipped off and then exported. But no one's doing or saying fuck all about it. Especially online. So I can't talk about this because it'll demonetize me because you're a cunt. You're a fucking cunt. So this is what we're up against, you know, an infestation of our country from cultures that just weren't. You can't mix a first world country and a third world country together, right? The fact that that was a third world country and still is to this day is as a direct result of first world countries, right? Because they've never been truly allowed to develop. But even then, again, right? I'm honest. This is shit that you can research yourself, right? We've all got different pros and cons, different races. There are at least 5 different races that fall under the umbrella of the human race today. There might have been more in the past. Who knows? Right? All I'm saying is that in fact, do you know what? I fucking wrote that. I wrote that shit down. I'm going to have to try and do this off memory. Right. So my granddad, my dad's dad, this is related, right? He was a medic during World War II in Africa. A lot of people forget about Africa and the war between the Brits and the Germans in Africa, you know. And the Italians as well. Both, you know. Oh man, it's gone. See, this is why I think calling it the waffling wizard was a good idea, because I waffle, I just go off on different tangents. If it comes back, so basically, we're looking at our own police force defending buildings that are containing people that are breaking the legal law. They are here illegal, and we've got our police force that we are paying to protect us and solve crimes for us, the taxpayer of the country, the indigenous, actually being paid more to defend and protect the people that are breaking the law. You couldn't make this shit up. You see now, one of our lovely lot, she's been with me right the way from the start of all of this crazy fucking chaotic journey of And again, my journey's been nothing compared to little, families and kids in Africa and, India, loads of places. Nothing. I think I've experienced loss. And then again, it's like, oh no, the waffling wizard was waffling way too much, but I think he was trying to get to some point there. My battery's dying. Plug it in, right? That battery has cobalt in it, right? There are children, even today, that are 100 feet underground, dying. Children that are getting buried under rubble in these ridiculous mines that are being kept so cheap to run. And a lot of them aren't even official mines, They're still using children that should be enjoying their childhood, using kids in order to get what's required for the battery for your phone to recharge so you can carry on talking to your kids. There's a lot of injustice in this world, right? Now, I don't feel like I can I can't stretch myself thin enough to try and reach out and help kids at fucking mines, cobalt mines that, help with and lithium mines to save their lives. I can't do it. And this is why I encourage everyone to start just focusing on their own country. If we can get England back, then let's join together and help the Scottish get Scotland back, and so on and so forth. But just don't have any fucking faith in the police, because they're not doing the job that people think that they're doing. I know that look, because I've done my research on them, I know that they've never been there for us. Never. But that's not to say that there's not been like countless amounts of good coppers that actually thought that they were, from the day that they said their oath to the day that they retired to the day that they died, genuinely still believe that they were there for the community. Genuinely. I have got absolutely no doubt whatsoever that those police officers existed. But I don't think there were that many, not really, right? They did exist though, 100% statistically, using common sense and logic. But as we've moved forward, we've got cops now that are woke, cops with cocks that identify as women police officers. Yes, that is a thing. Roidheads, mainly just egotistical, shallow-minded fucking retards. That I am, like I said, when if or when they come to my door, right? I know that I've had messages about, but think about your girls, think about Zephyr, think about Storm. I have thought about them. I have, and I've got things that I can't go into right now, right? But I will make sure that they are paramount in my I will make sure that I try everything that I possibly can to make sure that they are safe. You know, they've saved me. The least I can do is save them. Other than that, I am well within the realms of we've all got to die once, at least once. You know, I know that someday I'm going to die. You know, my body is going to die. I know that, and I think it's a subject that's a very difficult one to find the right fucking time to have a conversation about. You know, it's like, hey, I'm John. Oh, fucking, I ain't seen you for ages, mate. You having a pint? We haven't. Murphy's? You still on Murphy's? Oh, mate. 2 Murphy's. What do you think about dying? There's never, ever a good conversation about dying. It's a conversation that everyone avoids all the time because it's too fucking uncomfortable. Now, everyone needs to get their head around the fact that we're all going to die one day, right? Now, would I like to die rotting away from a cancer that I've not got enough knowledge about, a specific cancer that I've not got enough knowledge about to find an alternative way of curing, as opposed to fake hope, which is chemo and radiotherapy, mainly chemo, right? Well, this is just my opinion. Fake hope. We'll give you an extra couple of months and we'll make hundreds of thousands of pounds out of you for those few months because you're desperate and we know it. Oh man, let me just catch one on the chat. Yeah, I think I was going to say I would like to think that you've got it worse than I have, Michael, in regards to multiculturalism. You know, it's made to sound so glorious. You know, it's like, oh, that sounds fucking great. That does. Multicultural, multi anything. It's like, oh, more of it, more of it, more of it. You know, it's like, John, yeah, our Alice has been raped. Who did it? I better know who did it. It was Mohammed Habal Syed. Who the fuck's that? He lives in that hotel across the road. So, yeah. You see, I've gotten so far ahead of myself, Michael, that I'm reading messages now that were from things that I'd said back then that just turn into to instant sordid jokes, really. I'll demonstrate. So, spirit ejaculation better than premature ejaculation. Not that I would know anything about that. Now, I also just want to say and point out to everyone that Michael's just relinquished himself of having any thoughts of that, even though he was the actual man that brought it up. So must have thought it in the first place in order to type it. However, I mentioned it in the first place. So I take any shame that you might feel right now, Michael. I suck it up into myself and I'll find a way of getting rid of it somewhere. Aren't live streams a bit of a roller coaster? We're being forced to pay for our own demise. Things need to change. Yeah, they do. Yeah, but we do need to. Again, I do believe that we need to renationalize our country. And yeah, so going back to that, we live on a fucking island, man. We live on an island. It's no one can. When I say no one, it's been proven not impossible to swim from France to England, right? But we're talking about like dogs, bollocks, fucking whoa, people that are not typical of the human race that have managed to achieve that, right? Yet they're being boated in, trained in more ways than one, and floated in and flown in. So they're being flown in, boated in, trucked in. And this is going under the nose of the vast majority of the public. But I don't believe that this will be going under the nose of the vast majority of the public for that much longer, because it's impossible not to notice now. It's impossible. See, our Annie Red, she went to the British First March through, I think it was Manchester last weekend, and she stayed with the herd, which is a good thing. But you shouldn't have to feel like you need to stay in the centre of a march of people carrying George crosses and Union Jacks through an English city. Yeah, there were Puma Tracky after Puma Tracky after Puma Tracky kicking off that was a hate march and a hate speech just kicking off. Now I've got no affiliation with Britain First because of their connection with Tommy Robinson and a few other, like like I've said, as far as I'm concerned, if you know that there's going to be a Britain First march in your town, in your city, then I would strongly recommend that you go to it. Now I need to extend what I think is what my purpose is. Now I know because you know that I've got such a fucking hatred, and they say, Terry, you know, hate's a strong word. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. Hate. I've got a very strong hatred for the police, because I just see them as just a pathetic little fucking army that's not there for us. A pathetic little army that is not there for us. And I think that is a perfect explanation and description of our current police force. And because I know that, I know that going to any future marches is going to turn out bad. Now, there'll be some people listening to me now going, yeah, you're all mouth now. You know, you go to one of these marches, you'll be a little pussy. There'll be some people thinking that. Because of my very, very deep-rooted, sustained hatred for the fucking police. If they laid one fucking finger on me, just one fucking finger on me, right? They're having it. They're having everything I've got. I've got 6 years of fucking rage. 6 years of fucking absolute, undiluted rage bubbling away underneath, right? Aimed at the right people. I've never laid a fucking, I've never, ever laid a violent hand onto a person that's not deserved it. Not one, ever. In 53 and a half years of life. Not one. They've all had it coming. They've all been cunts. All of them. Every single one of them. So, because I see the police as absolute fucking traitors, all of them, you know, even the ones that are joining today thinking, I've noticed that poor practice. I've noticed that poor practice. I don't know why this shit's coming up on my fucking fuck off. That doesn't fall with under the oath that I taught, and you know, whatever. Anyone that's joining up now, right? Not only are they from pathetic, poor stock, generally speaking, right? Wussers, don't know what stress is, right? But joining for the right reasons. You put them under pressure, they fucking buckle, right? And then you've got the vast majority of people that are roidheads and ex-bully victims and egotistical cunts. That's what makes up your police force. And they are protecting people that are breaking the law blatantly in your face. So anyone that's still thinking that Rupert Lowe is going to come along with a big flapping cape, you know, in the background, like fist out forward like that, coming out through the sky, I'll save you. You're a fucking retard. If you think Habib, Lowe or Reform are coming to save you, you are a fucking moron. And again, I don't like repeating myself. I really don't. But you know, when you've done like average of 4-hour live streams for weeks on end, you don't know what you've said and what you haven't, you know? So sometimes I might repeat myself, and I don't like repeating myself. But what I am saying is that you've got to stop looking for a fucking hero, you know? Stop. Just stop. If you're still looking for a hero, you're a weak little cunt. That's what you are. Weak, pathetic little cunt if you're looking for a hero. Look in your mirror. Look in your mirror. Make that fucking person, that man, that woman, be the one that's going to get you out of this fucking shit. Not someone else. Stop being a fucking pussy. You know? Grow a fucking pair. Although I'm aware that's quite difficult for women. But then women are different. You know? You look at women, right? There was a saying that I still believe that holds every single aspect of merit, right? We live, unfortunately, because the yin yang, right? Balance. Unfortunately, we live in a man's world, right? That's operated by man. Yeah, it's got its odd, twisted, psychopathic cunt bitch here and there, you know. I'm aware of that. But it's a man's world. That's a conversation for another night. Right, so 50 miles up the road to somewhere more Pakistan than Pakistan. Yeah. So imagine how, if I'm frustrated about this, then, imagine how many other people are frustrated about it. But then there are far too many people that are too tolerant about it. And that's the problem. It's the first time I ever did a video where I showed my face, the first ever video, I remember that. I remember it. And I did say in that relatively short video when I first showed my face for the first time in about 4 years, I said that we're very tolerant. We're very, very tolerant. Too fucking tolerant. And that needs to be turned around. And our government aren't going to do that for us. So, enough of this looking around for a political party to come and save you. Enough. Stop being a fucking pussy. Look in the mirror. That's who's going to save you. You are, and you can do it. You can do it. You're designed that way. You are literally designed to survive and learn and be like I don't necessarily need to use the word predator, but you are apex with potential, with so much incredible potential. And we do nothing. Again, when I say that, we do nothing. I'm definitely excluding myself from that. We do nothing. I'm doing plenty, and I've got plenty left in my tank. I reckon, unless I'm killed, I've got about 2% used up out of 98%. Although some days it feels like 50-50. But I know that's not real. This country needs proper, true, organic, patriotic people. And if if we do that county by county and then nation by nation, that can be reversed. It can, but it's not going to be easy. They are not going to make it that easy. They're going to make it almost impossible. But then I can give you lots and lots and lots of stories that are researchable, traceable, and real, of situations where people have overcome odds that you just wouldn't fucking believe. You wouldn't believe it. But it's true, and it happened. A lot of these people are still alive, you know. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that regardless of how insurmountable the what you're seeing is, you know, there are people that have gone through experiences that you couldn't fucking imagine in reality, that were an average age of 19. We're being forced to pay for our own demise. Things need to change. Yeah, and they are changing, Michael, but we just need more people to just fucking grow a pair. You know, just fucking grow a pair. I'm sick and fucking tired of YouTube channels where we can't say this because it might demonetize the channel. Well, why don't you take your YouTube channel and yourself and fuck off into a quiet little field, set yourself full of petrol, strike a match, and fuck off. Because what I want is to be able to look around at what's left and know what I've got to work with. So we've got loads and loads of people out there that want to try and make a few buck out of YouTube. Let's start a YouTube channel up, right? Become relatable. Everyone's going to want to start to knowing a bit more about prepping, because it will eventually become mainstream. A lot of people will have seen that coming, right? Because we've got the history of the Great Depression to look back on as an actual event, because that did happen, right? But learning about that is even better. But you've got loads and loads and loads and loads of people thinking that they can make a living online through YouTube, and then putting paywalls against people that are on their arse, that want to get into prepping, want to learn how to fucking survive, and they put a paywall in the way. You deserve to fucking die like the rest of them, because you're a traitorous little cunt. England should be looking after England. Wales should be looking after Wales. Scotland should be looking after Scotland. Ireland should be looking after Ireland, right? And then when we try and get on, if we get on top of England first, we move north to try and help Scotland out because it's landlocked, and south to help Wales out because it's landlocked. A lot of people would think that something like that, you know, coming from some fucking stupid, insignificant little YouTuber, is completely off the charts, stupid, crazy, insignificant, unrealistic. I was going to go down a very, very, very serious backup approach on that, and something bizarre took over me. Like the ghost of Burt Bacharach. Yeah, I know you weren't seeing that coming. Neither was I. But with a twist. What the world needs now is common sense. That's it. There wasn't going to be some sort of dramatic thing, no dramatic outburst, just a tweak to a beautiful song. That even the original song contains sentiments that I do 100% agree with. That it does need love. There you go. Oh man, do you know what, Jordan? I hope I get to meet you and shake your fucking hand one day. There's a festival that's up and coming in Derbyshire this summer, to leave it open. It's not a big festival because I don't do big festivals, because they've just, the heart's been ripped out of them, you know. Big festivals are for people that are trying to find their way, or people who are lost. The smaller festivals attract people like you. No drama, your own space, peace, love, and unity, which is how it should be, you know. Again, that's not a hippie thing, it's just common sense. I've contacted Michael already. But it will be a long drive for you though, Jordan. But either way, I'll send you the information, okay? And see what you think. We had a joy, we had fun, we had seasons of the sun, the wine and the sun. Like the season, oh God. Temporarily though, Michael. Again, I've never, ever, ever turned around to anyone and said, don't worry, we're going to get from this bit to that bit. No problem. I've never, ever, ever said that. And I just, for the word, you know, I know you're not implying that. What I am saying is that all realists know that in order for us to get to a situation and a line in the sand where it's kind of doable generally, where everyone's happy and productive and peaceful, we've got one hell of a fucking journey ahead of us, and lots and lots and lots of things in our way. But we're creative beings, you know. We look at a problem and we solve it, and we're always really, really way better at doing that as a community, you know. And that's why they've tried to destroy that, pit different communities against each other by importing different communities into our countries. Again, they know what they're doing, but trying to explain this to you know, your average neighbor or your average man in the street, you know. But again, there are passive things that you can do to spread awareness about all of this. You know, I mean, I've planted, if I don't know if all of the 8 people that are listening to this now are regulars or not, just in case they're not. Again, this is about not caring about views and subs and stuff like that. It should never be about that. It should be about hopefully capturing a soul for a moment and saying, have a think about this, and then sending them on the way, planting a seed, you know. So to anyone that might see this this live stream for the first time, you know, just letting them know that there's something like that pretends to be a £20 note, that just, I'm not going to go into it as much as normal, but it just raises awareness about CBDCs and the loss of the privacy of being able to spend cash, you know, and mass surveillance and all of this. No matter what happens, no matter what, no matter how you feel, you know, if you feel a little bit too uncomfortable about talking to someone about CBDCs or the list goes on, you know, then maybe you're not going to be much cop moving forward. Everyone needs to be talking to everyone, you know. I know that it's going to be more effective if it sort of falls into conversation, and then you can expand on it and then take control of the conversation in a very placid, passive way. It goes in. As long as it's organic, it's very, very difficult to just go, right, mate, you got a time? Yeah. What do you reckon about Epstein? Everyone's talking about Epstein. Now, again, that's me. I've got like a middle ground with that. I feel like it's 51% distraction and 49% them showing their cards in regards to karma and testing you as to what you're going to do about it. And that would cut the time down a little bit on things getting to the other side of the hill. But I do believe that the vast majority of people are going to do fuck all, and therefore it's going to be 10 times harder. And that means it's going to be 10 times harder for me as well, and 10 times harder for you as well. And this is why I get so fucking frustrated with the average Joe out there. And people wonder why I run out of patience with people, because they've had at least the last 5-6 years to get their fucking shit together, and they haven't. So excuse me for being a bit frustrated from time to time, you know. I mean, I did a little tiny video on guerrilla gardening, you know, just planting, you know, and someone put in the comments saying, more or less, it's in there. Feel free to go and read it yourself. More or less giving me shit for putting an invasive species into the wild, you know, like I was destroying the world. Yeah, I think he might have been aiming his frustration in the wrong fucking direction, you know, to the point where I was thinking, because he subscribed, he was a subscriber. I'm thinking, why the fuck did you subscribe to a channel like this, you know? And then you start thinking, what is a bot? What does a bot do? what sort of things does a bot ask? You know, we're being hit from all angles. We've got to keep this real. It's got to stay completely organic, no matter what the cost. Hey, yeah, Mandy. Right, let me just make sure I've not lost anything. Yeah. Love is love, sweet love. Yeah, it is. It is. It's got a very high vibration, but nowhere near as high as truth. Truth is the ultimate. That's it. Everything. It's the umbrella of everything. Like the human race is something like 5 different races under the brolly of the human race, right? Again, there could have been more in the past or less in the past. We don't know. But when everyone says we're all the same, no, we're not. No, we're not. You know, we build skyscrapers, bridges that defy gravity, right? But then you take as in white people, this isn't racism, this is fact. So if you think it's racism, come to my door, I'll fuck you up. So you put black people in the arena of, say, sports, and they gave us soul, you know? I mean, soul music is called soul music for a reason. So there's black music that white people have really struggled to replicate, really struggled, you know? So you've got different, you know, different types of human under the human umbrella, and we've all got different attributes. And if we all could come, not all, I'm just saying, when you start fucking your own family, you're going to end up turning out stupid and easy to control by perhaps another ideology. What an amazing and very simple way of doing that. I hope that makes sense to some of you. Taking one manipulative, sick, twisted, dirty, disgusting ideology and then using part of that ideology to extract loads of money and then some with interest out of the average person to gain more and more and more wealth, which then gains more and more and more and more influence, which then gains more and more and more and more wealth, then more and more and more influence, and then so on, to the point where they end up thinking, why should we be doing all this work? Why don't we introduce another religion like Islam so that we can get them to do our dirty work for us? And then make it law within their religion so that they can fuck their own family, so that they become so that their IQ dissipates so significantly over time to the point where they believe in their religion and they are easily controlled because of their IQ or lack thereof. And we can control them. They can be our Rottweilers whilst we take over the world. What do you think, Israel? I think that's great, Israel. Anyway, how did I get onto that subject? Anyway, it's lovely to see you, Mandy. Hey, Salmisera, aka Mandy. I went to a beautiful park, and this ties in, and very, very bizarre, right? I love shit like this, you know, synchronicities. So took the girls on a walk with my dad in a beautiful park, right? And then after the walk in the park, we went to the first pub that my dad didn't pick. I wasn't filming when we were with the area, but my dad was. So he was like, "No, keep going." I was like, "No, there's a pub here." Turned right, turned left, pulled up, went in there. Pool table was clear. Took the girls in there. Had a few games of pool. I thought all pool tables were just a standard size. This was this was tailor-made for the pub because of the space involved. We played a few games of pool, and I went out onto the street. I thought, I'll have a fag, you know. Having a fag and a drink, it kind of goes together like cheese and onion. But again, that is down to your receptors, and it's something that maybe all of us, including myself, need to start stepping away from. So I saw this woman, as you go out the pub door, and you open the pub door and have a fag, you've got a road going up there, and then the main road going, the main drag this way. And I leaned over as a woman was crossing the road onto the pavement to walk off. And she was the absolute spitting image of Mandy, aka Salmisera, because I know what she looks like. So it was, and there was proper eye contact between us both on two different occasions. So we both looked away, like feeling maybe, should we have looked in the first place? You know, was that a bit, you know, a bit weird? But then we both made eye contact again. And she was a spitting image of Mandy, to the point where I was trying to work out where Mandy lived, you know, without turning into some sort of stalker. Because I can assure you, Mandy, aka Salmisera, I'm not a stalker. I never have been and never will be, you know. And that, Your Honour, is my plea. I'm not. Where are we? Yeah, Matty Fiat is only based on. Is Matty in? When I was just talking about him. Right, let me just get back on track here. Because I was just saying that that Matty's like sent me down a different route of tobacco growing. You know, he's nailed it, accidentally just gone with the flow of it and learned lessons from it, and is now able to create like proper nice smooth cigars just from growing in the UK, in England, just from growing tobacco at home organically. No fucking disgusting cancer causing additives, nothing, you know. So again, bumping into loads of you have kind of like nudged me a bit, and this nudged me there and nudged me here, and you know, and I'm hoping that I've done the same for you. But if that is the case, then we've done it really, really, really good, you know, organically, you know, how it should be, completely natural. Oh. Right, let me just say that last week when I said, right, let's bring it down because I need to be up early in the morning to go and see my dad. I've got plans, very specific plans that I don't normally have with him on Saturday morning, right? And because I was doing it from this new channel, I'd glitches and it fucked things up, you know, and it threw me off time wise, and I never got to do those things that I was planning to do with my dad on the Saturday. So I'm not going to make this a very, very long live stream. I think it needs a little bit of room to establish itself, but I'm just glad that those of you that have been, you know, sticking with me with the live streams from the the Rose Hippie Guy channel are still tuning in. I really appreciate that. But I didn't make it to spend that with my dad last Saturday because I ended up too pissed and too tired because we needed an early start, you know. So I don't want to make this a mega late one tonight, just so that, again, you know, this is about taking absolute full advantage of pure organic positivity. So spend as much time and quality time around your family as you possibly can. Those first and foremost. Then your friends. They're your emotional backup in a lot of cases, right? So use as much of your time as possible to make sure that those relationships with those people in your life that make you feel positive are strong and galvanized, you know, solid. But your family comes first. This is why they've been spending decades and decades and decades, maybe hundreds of years, on attempts to decimate the family unit, because it's so powerful. The yin yang is a perfect example of a perfect family. So the dark, the masculine, the white, the feminine. There's masculinity within the femininity within the woman, right? There's femininity in a physical, even in a physical form for the man, right? By having nipples, right? So you've got the man with the feminine touch, the female with a masculine touch, and then the two dots is a boy and a girl. It's a very, 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 very powerful symbol, that yin yang. And it's followed me through most of my life. But it's only been in the last sort of 10 years or so that I've really understood what it means. I feel like I went right off track there. That is only based upon fiat is only based upon a promise to pay the bearer. Do you know what? I saw the word bearer and I was going to swear, I was going to change the word from R to T, the beta, because we are slaves in Slavelandia. So we have been kept in a perpetual state of slavery for God knows how long. But I do honestly, genuinely believe that the vast majority of people that are starting to come around and open their eyes and start to see all of this, again, some of these people, some people that are around us now, were seeing this in the 60s, seeing straight through all of it. And then there would have been people born in the 70s throughout that decade, the 80s throughout that decade, the 90s throughout that decade. And like I said earlier on in the live stream, I bumped into young people, that haven't, got out of their teens, that have said things to me that I thought, fuck, I've just thought, whoa, fucking hell, like just really blew me away. And it's become very, very difficult for that to happen to me now. So for a young lad or a young lass to have a conversation with me, or interact with me in a certain way and respond in a certain way, it snaps me out of at least one line of negativity, cut instantly, and a little bit of my faith in humanity boosted up a bit because of that generation. If that generation can see what they're seeing from my personal interactions with them, then there is absolutely 100% hope for this to turn out well in the end. 100%. 100%. But let's factor in how we get to that 100%. That is going to be a fucking challenge. I was going to converse with you from the bathroom, but I thought, do you know what? Right. Not only have I got a noise version of that, I just think every now and then, do you know what? One of the best places where I've thought things through is being stood there having a piss. And then earlier on today, I went and did a yoga class, and again, well, actually there was one guy there this time, which was, again, I noticed that straight away. A bloke in a sea of women, bloke. Going back to a white man going into a room where it's 98% black, right? A white man will spot that white man straight away. And the same in reverse, a black man will spot that one black man in a room full of white people, right? Then picture the yin yang. Right, we need to bring this down to a close because I don't want to I don't know if I explained, but I let my dad down last week, you know. I carried a lot of guilt. I carry a lot of guilt on my shoulders. And I don't think I'm the only one either, right? And guilt is a regret thing. Guilt comes from regret. You can't have, I don't think you can have guilt without regret. I think they're inseparable. Now, I'm fairly certain that most, if not all of you guys can, I hope, sadly, I hope that you can all understand this. I've got a lot of real regrets in my life, and I wish I'd done more with Sally. I wish I'd appreciated her more. When you're with someone for a long time, you take them for granted. And I took it for granted. So I carry a lot of guilt. So don't take anyone for granted. Just don't take them for granted. Because when you do, all you do is create regret. So avoid regret by not taking them for granted. I'm trying to help you avoid pain. But then I think pain is also necessary for you to appreciate the good times. Oh, I meant to have, I've got to try and leave this on a positive. Fuck me. Ah, fucking hell. Blew my result away there. Because this pipe thing, I don't think it's me, you know. Right. I hope I've not depressed anyone. Honestly. I'm sorry if I have. Good night, Jordan. I'm assuming that I've and Mandy. Oh man. Oh no, Mandy's still here. She's still here. I hope. I just got my warped sense of humour. I fucking love your sense of humour, Michael. It is cracking, and it's perfect for. And again, this would sound sexist. It would, in today's fucked up, distorted society, right? You are the perfect campfire companion. I wrote something on my I had one of these moments, and I wrote it down onto a post-it and put it on my fridge. And this was years. When I say years ago, this was probably about 4 years ago, something like that, 5 maybe. And it was that the men. I can't word for word because it's gone now. I don't know what I did with it. I've got so many replacement fucking post-its on there. It's ridiculous. But it was all along the lines of the men don't want to sit around the campfire and feel the beat of the drums in their chests anymore. Because I think that's right, you know. I think that's the way we're meant to be. Amongst our own, we are tribal. We are. But being amongst our own and being peaceful at the same time, and above all else, healthy, both, nutritionally, physically, and spiritually, without any of these fake religions attacking us. Just being spiritual is good enough. You don't need a religion. Just know what spiritualism is. Again, an ism. Anyway, just don't take anything or anyone for granted ever. Just find a constant appreciation for them, a constant one that doesn't fluctuate unless they fail to do the same for you. I honestly think that might be what our origins were, just very similar to that, where we just connected. There's just so much we don't understand about humanity and the human race and in all of its forms. And however, we are definitely 100%, 400, 500, 600% more in a position of trying to figure this shit out based on downloads that we've had and information based on a world wide web of information that is coming to a close because it's just too much. They've been able to develop so many weapons that are so powerful against the lay people, right? But we've also been, not all of us, but a lot of us have been looking at what they've been developing or what's known to us and being able to defend ourselves in some way or another. But the biggest defense out of anything is it's not radioactive. It's not anti this. It's not anti that or that or that or that. It's well, I don't know how to put it other than it's just anti bullshit. We're starting to see through the fog of all of this nonsense, and that's an incredible defense to have. Just knowing what's what and what's going on, and just trusting in your gut. You know, I've been a very big advocate for trusting your gut for a long time. I've explained that, you know, you've got, I'm not going to give the exact amount of neurons you've got around your gut. I know what it is, but I want people to do a search now off the back of that. I know what the answer is, but because I've said it loads of times, but I think sometimes leaving people with a yearning, just even if it's a mild one, a yearning to Google something, take advantage of this sick, twisted technology to learn as much as you can and start to develop some sort of community around you, even if it's very loose to start off with. Start tapping in around you. Be careful how you do it, but do it. Start tapping in. Start building on a community, you know, that's at least somewhere close to where you're thinking, you know? So I don't think I kind of led myself anywhere near to the original profound outcome of that conversation was meant to be. But I think the point is still the same as I would have wanted to have put across. Is that just you don't know how many people out there are like you until you start dialogue with them. It's almost impossible to tell otherwise. You can see sometimes, you can see things, certain little things that will make you pay attention to them, the kind of bag they carry, the way they wear their hair, or even then, that's not certain. The only way to know whether or not someone is thinking like you is by dialogue. And that's the only thing that I've ever encouraged on either one of these YouTube channels is dialogue. Not to hit the like button, not to subscribe, nothing. To have dialogue. Dialogue is very important. Well, good night for the second time, Sal Mishra. I'm surprised there's still 7 people watching me. I've gone to make a fag 5 times now, and I've had to pull it back because it's just acted as a sail across the keyboard, you know. As we close this down, because I've got to close it, I can't let my dad down again. I think that was part of where I started off from. Don't make any regrets. Avoid regrets. I don't want to regret letting my dad down for a second Saturday, seeing him twice in 1 week instead of one, when he's getting on in life, and he wasn't there when I was, growing up and I needed a male role model. I didn't have one. I became my own male role model. So I don't want to let him down tomorrow like I did last Saturday. So I do need to close this down. I've not helped myself by having a few vodkas, but it helps me sort of like ease up and waffle whilst interacting with people that I know probably not only get me, but get each other as well. What better sort of environment can you put yourself in? But yeah, I've got to make sure I don't let my dad down tomorrow. So I'm going to we'll take it to 1:30 because I don't like just suddenly shutting things down. It's not right. It's not natural, I think if we all agree to a time, then we can. You see, there's a Monty Python saying, like, what do Romans do for us? Well, there's quite an interesting and very significant list there. But then when you look to alcohol, ask yourself the same question. What does it do for you? And you'll arrive at the decision. Absolutely nothing. All it does, and I'm going to go into another live stream about medication as well, right? And I'm just hoping that I can help a little bit. I cut down from a litre, not every night, sometimes a 70 cl bottle of vodka every night. A litre, 70 cl, which I thought was giving my body a break, to a litre, and then 70 cl, something like that, every night for quite some time. And it will catch up with you. And I know that I'm talking to people that are struggling with this, that can't leave it until a weekend because it creeps up on you. I want to just chill out. Just going to chill out, just for tonight. It's nearly the weekend. I've heard them all because I've done them all. So, as a prepper to prepper, I would strongly recommend that you either stop or try and limit yourself. I don't drink during the week. So to come from drinking that much fucking vodka every single night for a couple of years to just drinking it at the weekends and then sometimes giving myself some shit for that, that leap wasn't easy. No, that's a lie. It was easy. It is easy because I know I'm not an alcoholic. But then would an alcoholic say that? I know that I can go a night without alcohol. I think if you look into the history of Alcoholics Anonymous, you'll find that it was actually a very, very formulated, destructive fucking Freemason silly bollocks, skullduggery. Look into the history of AA. So, but I think the point I'm trying to make is that I'm giving you an honest testament as to me going from a litre of vodka a night, or it wasn't over a night, it was sort of late afternoon, to make sure I was out for the count. So I didn't have to think. So I could just go from being awake to getting more and more pissed, to then just being asleep, and then waking up feeling whatever. More depressed, yes, I know. Vicious circle. So getting out of that, it's not I'm not going to say that it's not easy, because it is easy. It is. It is easy, because you already know it's not doing you any favors, you know. Oh my God, I can't leave this on a negative. Right, so look at how you've managed to navigate and circumnavigate everything from 2020 to present, right? And you've done that with absolute fucking pure British gusto, you know. That's in your genetics. That's built into you. So everything that you've experienced so far, pre all of this nonsense or post, right? You've just been training further and further and further into, you know, I suppose it's a spiritual version of what the Navy SEALs would call buds training, but 10 times more difficult. Family first. Sorry you let your dad down last week. It was just one of those things, but I just don't want to do it again. I think I went right off conversation there. I think my point is I don't want to let him down again tomorrow by having a late night and feeling a little bit, because I'm not having a top up. I'm on water now, you know. I don't want to let him down again, you know. I've got so many regrets of things that I wish I'd done more with Sal, and you know, there's so much, you know. So I don't want to add my dad to that as well. So I think again that encapsulates the yin yang. Just try and make it right, and whilst life is trying to push you into making it wrong, you know, and then forcing back on that. I would love to do a full video on my take on the yin yang, and I think it would blow a lot of people's minds, because its duality is very, very, very mind-blowing, but it answers so many questions in a philosophical way, but they're not. Hey Paul, if I missed you, you know, I am so sorry, mate. I really do mean that. I've gone my mind's just gone. My tolerance for vodka for some strange reason tonight has been a bit low. But just know that I probably let myself go more when I've had a drink. I think I hold a lot more back when I'm not completely and totally relaxed. And that, again, that falls into the alcohol abuse thing. If you've got to be aware of that, thinking, can I do this without alcohol or without any of the sort of recreational drugs or anything like that? Can I do that without that? And if you answer yourself with a very nervous yes, then you can't. If you answer yourself with a no, then you can't. So you need to work on that, because I'm telling you, alcohol it fires on all of your receptors in your mind. It's a very, very, very powerful weapon that our governments are using against us. So if you can do everything in your power, whether it's kind of, I know that it's not easy for a lot of us when we've got a mind that doesn't shut the fuck up, So we have to try and go back and remember what it was that we enjoyed doing, things that made us feel chilled, without being pissed or stoned or whatever, things that we like doing, listening to music, art, interacting with people, which is more of a challenge now because everyone else is disinteracting with people because they are out there. But just go down that route, try and reconnect with what it was that made you feel contented. It's doable. It is. And when you start doing that, you'll start drinking less, and you realize that, it's doing you some damage, I don't think I've left this on a positive at all. And I just don't want to miss meeting out with my dad tomorrow. He's just a really, really nice guy, and I've gotten to know him as an adult. I didn't get to know him as a kid. I've gotten to know him as an adult since losing Sal. If ever there was a silver lining. But I'm also aware that there's people that haven't even had that opportunity out there. So just stay grounded, and but I will override this shit and say that if you've managed to get through at least the last 6 years with your fucking brain intact, right? Maintaining all of your sanity, all of your compassion, your love, your empathy. If you've held on to all of that and learned a fuckload more than most people could ever imagine over the last 5-6 years, give yourself a fucking pat on the back. There are, I think different people have got different interpretations of what a fucking survivor is. I know what mine is. So, in fact, actually, I think that was the positive, because I think it is. Look at yourself in the mirror. You did all right. You fucking did all right. You passed stage whatever that was, right? You passed that with flying colours. So many didn't, but a lot of those are going to start to get to the build up starting to pass, you know, but you've already passed that with flying colours. Start working on building on the next one by keeping your mind open and just not allowing fear into you under any circumstances. It gets in the way. Oh man, Michael. Tell me a dirty story about bus riding, about being a bus driver that doesn't involve Islam or homosexuality or anything to do with children. If you can do that, I'll sign this house over to you. And it's yours. It's yours. Yeah. Do you know, there is definitely one thing I'm quite chuffed about, and that's changing the name to the Waffling Wizard, because I think that probably, describes me quite well. So I send my sympathies to all of you that have listened to me tonight. I hope you got something out of it. Just know you are loved and that you're different for a reason. I do believe that. So I am going to get some kip tonight, and I am going to spend today with my dad. And just have a good weekend. It is, we know there's so much going on, and there are so many distractions, and this whole, whatever's pushed the most is the biggest distraction. Whatever is pushed the most is the biggest distraction. Enjoy your weekends, and again, just thank you for chilling with me, and I know that it's I've had way too much to drink tonight, and I will be doing the next live stream with a straight head. But I do think that I open up a bit more with alcohol, and I need to learn to do that without it. And I think there's a lot of people out there that need to do the same. Because at weekends you end up losing, because you don't drink during the week, you lose that tolerance for it. It's actually best off giving up altogether, not just something to look forward to. Create other things to look forward to other than alcohol. So if no one else has learned anything from tonight, I have. Much love, and ciao for now.